Feel good. the government of Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, today Investment Commission, Mr. Zinabu Yirga, I might as well say Ato Zinabu at times. And to our foreign guests, I want to make sure you understand, if it's your first time, of course, in Ethiopia, or hearing the Amharic language, Mr. is equivalent to Ato in Amharic, and sometimes people feel Ato is a first name. We had an awkward experience before, so I want to clarify that when we begin. So if I say Ato at any point, please understand I'm not referring to a name, but I'm actually saying Mr. So once again, our guest of honor, by the Global Steering Group for Impact Investment, an independent organization working to unlock the power of capital for social and environmental good worldwide. Our shared goal is to accelerate Ethiopia's journey towards sustainable development by driving innovative financing, strengthening collaboration, and aligning efforts with national priorities as well as global goals. Today's dialogue has brought together more than 200 of you here, participants, government officials, investors, entrepreneurs, but also social entrepreneurs who work beyond profit, as you know, and civil society organizations, development partners, and industry leaders, many of whom will later share their insights through their speeches, the presentation, as well as our panel discussion. Together, we will explore strategic opportunities, building partnerships, and lay the groundwork for Ethiopia's application to become a GSG national partner, an initiative that promises to open new pathways for inclusive, impact-driven growth. We're truly grateful to many partners represented here today, including the government institutions, development partners, and private sector actors and ecosystem enablers for their support and, of course, for their participation. Your presence underscores Ethiopia's commitment to harnessing impact investment as a driver of job creation, poverty reduction, and sustainable development. Throughout today's session, we aim to create meaningful dialogue, exchange best practices, as well as define concrete actions that will help propel Ethiopia forward on its impact journey. Thank you so much for your dedication, insights, and partnership, and we look really forward to your insights, which you would hopefully generously give, because that's why we're here. We want this dialogue to be as efficient, fruitful as possible. And we do hope that you will engage with one another during coffee break as well. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I say welcome once again, and it's my great honor to serve you as your MC. And I'm unfortunately hired by one of my junior high students, and I'm still talking for a living, and she is now my boss. Nasreen, can we celebrate my student? I'm a proud teacher right here. Yeah, I have so many of these young people bossing me around these days. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's my great honor to welcome to the stage our guest of honor, the Ethiopian Investment Commission Deputy Commissioner, Ato Zinabu Yirga, for the official opening remarks. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning, Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this important dialogue. In particular, I wish to warmly welcome and thank the government of Japan for your invaluable support in making today's gathering possible. Your partnership is a testament to the power of international collaboration in shaping innovative solutions and advancing sustainable growth in Ethiopia. This is not a meeting to present a finished blueprint. This is an invitation to build together, an invitation to co-create right here, right now, a new economic future for Africa, a future where finance is not just a tool for profit, but a force for profound, measurable good. To this end, Ethiopia has implemented a comprehensive development roadmap anchored in the 10-year perspective plan and homegrown economic reform 1 and 2. This framework is rapidly transforming the investment climate by financial sector liberalization, opening the banking sector to foreign investment and establishing the Ethiopian Security Exchange, trade liberalization, opening previously restricted sectors, including import and export trade to foreign investors, strategic privatization, initiated the partial sale and opening of long state-owned enterprises like Ethio Telecom in the logistics sector to enhance private sector competitiveness and efficiency, market-based stability, shifting towards a market-based exchange rate regime to improve macroeconomic stability and build investor confidence in the convertibility of capital. These structural economic reforms are further cemented by our profound commitment to a sustainable future, demonstrated by Green Legacy Initiative that has seen the planting of over 40 billion tree seedlings since 2019. This is our market signal in Ethiopia. Economic growth and environmental stewardship are inseparable. Building on the foundational changes, AIC's new investment promotion strategy has shifted from a generational approach to a highly targeted model, which is perfectly aligned with the principles of impact investment. This strategy recognizes that the most desirable capital not only seeks financial returns, but also measurable positive social and environmental impact. Consequently, the Ethiopian Investment Commission is focusing its resources to attract quality foreign direct investment into key areas that are directly address national development gaps. Yet, we know that ambition alone is not enough. FDI is needed, quality FDI that aligns with our national development goals. This scale of our goals to industrialize, to create millions of jobs, to transition to a sustainable economy requires resources far beyond what public budgets or transitional aid can provide. We need a new kind of capital. We need impact capital. Impact investment is not charity. It's not philanthropy. It is disciplined, strategic investment that seeks a financial return alongside a deliberate, measurable, social or environmental impact. It is a capital that flows to entrepreneurs who create jobs for women in rural communities. It is a capital that powers the solar farm, bringing light to off-grid villages. It is a capital that supports the agribusiness, transforming smallholder farmers into thriving, climate-resilient enterprise. This is the capital Ethiopia is ready to attract, and we are ready to do it together. Our reforms are creating an environment of unprecedented opportunity. Our commitment to sustainable development goals and our climate leadership are not just policy statements. They are market signals. They tell the world that Ethiopia is a place where value-driven capital can find fertile ground. Look at our neighbors and peers. In Zambia, impact investment is now a key pillar of their AIDS National Development Plan. In Nigeria, they are establishing a $1 billion wholesale fund to channel capital to social enterprises. In Peru, their development bank, COFID, has issued millions in green and blue bonds to fund sustainable projects in agriculture and conservation sector that are vital to Ethiopia as well. The global impact economy is no longer a niche. It is a mainstream. Trillions of dollars are now being managed with impact in mind. Investors are no longer asking if their money can do good. They are demanding to know how and how much. Ethiopia can and must be a premier destination for the capital in Africa. So, how do we seize this moment? Our first critical step is to establish Ethiopia's own global steering group for impact investment, national partner. But let me be very clear. This is not a government project. It's not a donor project. It is our project. A project for and by Ethiopia's private sector, its financial institutions, its civil society, its entrepreneurs, and its government. The GSG national partner will be a multi-stakeholder platform, a neutral, a trusted convener that will bring us all together to map our ecosystem. What do we have? What's missing? What are the gaps between the capital seeking impact and the entrepreneurs creating it? What will start by listening to you, the stakeholders in this room. Define our priorities. What does impact mean for Ethiopia? It's a green job, gender equity in agriculture, climate resilient infrastructure. What will define our Ethiopia Impact agenda, rooted in our national plans and our unique challenge and opportunities. Build the architecture. What policies do we need? What financial instruments like green bonds, social impact bonds, or blended financial facilities can we pioneer? What standards for measuring impact will be adopted to ensure transparency and credibility? What will design this together? Tell Ethiopia's story. We will become Ethiopia's global ambassador for impact. We will showcase our pipeline of high impact ventures, from renewable energy to sustainable agriculture to tech for good, to the world's largest impact funds. Drive action and implementation. Together with the task force to be informed, the donors will move beyond dialogue to action, advocating for reforms, mobilizing capital, and facilitating concrete deals that channel resource to impact-driven enterprises. The national partner, as a local framework, will convene and coordinate, while the task force ensures delivery and measurable results. This is about creating a dynamic, action-oriented engine, a public-private partnership with one mission: to make Ethiopia the most attractive, the most innovative, the most impactful investment destination in Africa. To our private sector and financial institutions, what would it take for you to allocate 5%, 10%, or even 50% of your portfolio to impact? What barriers, regulatory, international, or cultural, do you face? What kind of deals are you looking for? To our entrepreneurs and social enterprises, what support do you need to become investment ready? Is it mentorship? Is it help with impact measurement? Is it access to patient, flexible capital? Tell us what you need to scale your impact. To our government colleagues, how can we work together to create an enabling environment? What policies, incentives, or regulatory sandboxes can we co-design to de-risk impact investment and attract global capital? To our civil society and development partners, how can we leverage your network, your expertise, and your capital to build a truly inclusive impact economy? How can we ensure that the benefits of this new wave of investment reach the most marginalized communities. This is our moment. This global capital is ready. The models are proven. The time for dialogue is now. Let's use the gathering not just to talk, but also to commit. Let's commit to forming working groups, to shaping the data and the best practice, and to build a shared vision for an Ethiopian impact economy. Ethiopia's story is one of the resilience, innovative, and unwavering ambition. We have overcome immense challenges. We have set audacious goals. Now we have the opportunity to realize a new economic model, one that generates wealth and well-being, profit and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia is ready for business, the right kind of business, the kind that measures success not just in birth, but in trees planted, jobs created, and lives transformed. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that speech is truly from the heart. It's one of the most unusual ones. And can we please celebrate His Excellency with a round of applause? I listened to almost every word, and you definitely took your time to pour out your heart. Thank you so much. As the Investment Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, and your entire office, thank you so much for all you're doing to facilitate enabling environment for investment in Ethiopia. And they just held one of the largest summits, investment summits in Ethiopia a few months ago, maybe 2-3 months ago, right here in this very hotel, where they really brought together a lot of important people for conversation. So thank you once again for honoring us by your presence and for that very heartfelt message, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Chief of the Embassy of Japan in Ethiopia, His Excellency Mr. Shuntaro, would have been here to speak next, but due to some unforeseen reason, he couldn't make it, and he sent his sincere apologies, so we're going to move on to our next speaker. So up next, it's my honor to invite Ato Salamihun Adefris, CEO of the Innovation Development at the Ministry of Innovation and Technology here at the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Please join me in welcoming him up to the stage.
Okay, good morning to you all. Without actually further ado, I will go straight to my remarks. In fact, it is hard to follow my colleague from AIC after that passionate speech. So I would love to say some important points when it comes to this ecosystem, that means mostly the innovation and the startup ecosystem. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, partners, and all startups or ecosystem builders, I think there are many of you who I know you in some way. Welcome you all. It is a privilege to stand before you today at a moment of profound possibility for Ethiopian innovation and entrepreneurship landscape. Across the globe, we are witnessing a shift where economic growth is no longer measured by GDP, but by the depth of its impact on people, communities, and the planet. Ethiopia is ready to be part of that shift. Our country is home to one of the youngest and most dynamic populations in Africa. From Addis Ababa to Jijjiga, Bahar Dar to Hawassa, you can witness going around all over the country. We see a surge of entrepreneurial energy, young innovators building solutions for agriculture, health, education, fintech, and climate resilience initiative. These startups are not just businesses. I want to reiterate this, by the way. These startups are not just businesses. They are engines of transformation. They represent the aspiration of a generation determined to shape Ethiopia's future with creativity, courage, and purpose. Yet, alongside these opportunities, we must acknowledge the challenge. Many startups face limited access to finance, fragmented support systems, and regulatory uncertainties. The journey from idea to scale is often showed by gaps in infrastructure, mentorship, and market access. These are not just technical hurdles. They are systemic barriers that require coordinated and strategic response. That's why the government of Ethiopia has taken a bold step to lay the foundation for a thriving innovation ecosystem. The Startup Act is a landmark policy designed to provide legal recognition, incentives, and protection for startups and startup ecosystem builders likewise. It is complemented by emerging instruments such as the National Startup Fund, Innovation Hub, Mr. Ecosystem Builders, the designation scheme, which actually helps us to identify who benefits out of this policy framework, and other important incentives like tax, duty-free privilege, and a sandbox, which is officially recognized at proclamation level for the first time in our country. The effort signals a clear commitment to build an enabling environment where startups can flourish, investors can engage, and innovation can drive inclusive growth. But policy alone is not enough. To truly unlock the potential of Ethiopia's startup ecosystem, we must activate catalytic financing, capital that's not only patient, but purposeful. This is where impact investment becomes essential. Impact investment is more than a funding mechanism, in my opinion. It's not a charity, as my friend said before. It is a philosophy of finance where capital is deployed to generate measurable social, environmental outcome alongside financial returns. It aligns perfectly with Ethiopia's development priorities: job creation, climate resilience, gender equity, digital inclusion, and many more. By integrating impact investment into our startup ecosystem, which I actually, again, emphasize, where all initiatives related to startup and entrepreneurship landscape is now taking shape through this policy framework. So I call for our partners, EIC and others, to join alongside this policy implementation. So by integrating impact investment into our startup ecosystem, we can mobilize private capital towards high impact venture, to de-risk early stage innovation through blended finance, 3, build investor confidence through transparent impact metrics, and 4, align entrepreneurship with national and global development goals. This brings me to a strategic opportunity before us today. To the global steering group, I think GSG, for impact investment, is a leading global organization, as we know, working to place impacts at the heart of every investment, business, and policy decisions. Through this network of national partners, GSG Impact accelerates progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals and climate objectives. By building the infrastructure and incentives for capital to flow where investment matters most. So, before actually going for a concluding point, I have seen the key pillars of GSG, which is actually highlighted in your catalog. And the pillars are very well stipulated. But before the official establishment, I know it's late, of this task force, we invite further refinement and discussion. This is not a top-down initiative. It must be co-created with the voice of the Ethiopia's startup ecosystem. We must ensure that the national partners reflect our local realities, leverage our strength, build bridges across sectors and regions. In closing, let me say this: Ethiopia's startup and innovation landscape is not just a frontier, it's a foundation. With the right policies, the right partnership, and the right capital, we build an economy that's not only competitive but compassionate, an economy that delivers impact, not just income. Let's seize this moment. Let's build an impact economy for Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ato Salamihun. That was Ato Salamihun Adefris, Chief Executive Officer of Innovation Development at the Ministry of Innovation and Technology. Ato Salamihun, I have noticed for the past many years, is the very heart of the startup ecosystem in Ethiopia. And he has done a remarkable job in creating that enabling environment for startups and small businesses that are coming up with impact particularly. And thank you so much for joining us here as part of our opening session. Yes, impact. Yes, we have a lot of young people here with, small businesses that are trying to thrive, but again, create impact on the environment and create sustainability, create affordability, and make things easier for people. But then again, the Investment Commission, Mint, and every other government agency and collaborator here makes things easier for these people so they can do what they do best and create impact. We can mention Hanan's business here, who creates, who makes sanitary pads that are washable, that are quite affordable, that are environmentally responsible, and that are easy to access, that also create jobs. But then again, how can the ecosystem support small businesses like Hans so she can actually do better in creating those washable sanitary pads, that are environmentally responsible, that are affordable to people who cannot afford them, and that also can create lots of jobs and then, can go further. So thank you so much. And with this, we're going to go to our presentation, the overview of impact investment landscape in Ethiopia, which is proudly going to be presented by Nasreen Adam, managing partner at ACE Advisors. So as she comes up, I'd like to announce that we have QR codes on your tables. If you access the QR code, it will take you straight to her presentation, so you can have access to what she's presenting. So without further ado, please welcome Nasreen. And I am proud once again.
Good morning, everyone. I know I have, paid for breakfast. Good morning, everyone. There you go. Everyone has had coffee and croissants and all the carbs that God can give us, yes. Thank you all for being here. I sincerely apologize for being late, but it's we're in Ethiopia, so it's 8:30 means 9:30, so we're okay with that. As my dearest colleagues, His Excellency Ato Zenabu and Ato Salamihun has said, impact investment is not charity. It is disciplined capital that has two intentions: financial returns and also social gains. Now, what does that mean for Ethiopia? They have all said, we know we have the opportunity for it, we have the groundwork for it, but what does that actually in reality mean? So we have done a very high-level ecosystem mapping of what Ethiopia has to offer in terms of opportunities. What does the economic context look like? But what are also the challenges and the gaps, and who are the players that are trying to make this concept come alive? So I will break down my presentation into three different sections. At first, I will tell you guys what you probably know about Ethiopia, how amazing we are, what are our challenges, and then next I will move on to what does impact investment look like in terms of Africa, and what do we have here in Ethiopia missing. I'm sorry, this thing, yeah, there you go. So, Ethiopia. I'm sure you guys are well aware of what has been going on over the past decade. Our economy has been growing at 8.1% in 2024, which has also been building on a 7.2% growth year to year for the past 5 years. Now, Services make up to 40% of this GDP, and they have been growing quite actively over the past 5 years, with industry and agriculture close behind. Reforms like the homegrown reform, the financial sector reforms, privatization, liberalization has helped, especially over the past 3 years, to attract FDI. Last year, we have recorded our highest FDI earnings of 3.8 billion. In short, we can clearly say that our economy is not limping, but rather sprinting. However, yes, this sounds like a very pretty picture, but we all know that there are gaps and challenges that we're still faced with. Me, myself, being in private sector, if I was given the opportunity, I will complain for half the day, very happily. But what does that mean in reality? Despite these amazing growths, our inflation is still at a high of 30.8%. Yes, the financial reforms have been ongoing, but Ethiopia has been struggling with forex shortages. External debt has reached $29 billion, and youth employment. I know our youths are here complaining as well. Unemployment at its highest. And now on top of that, our human resource development index, we are 180 from 193. Now, what does that mean? Yes, I mentioned that we're amazingly performing on economy, but the realities on the ground speak a different story. We're basically like, that friend who looks good at a party, but then you go home and the fridge is empty. We do have challenges. And so, when we see all of these different reforms that are being done by the government, starting from the center of government, looking at finances, looking at the macroeconomies, reforms are not optional. They are the painful realities that we have to go through to make sure that our system functions. And so, over the past 6-7 years, we have been undergoing very strict and transformational reforms across different sectors. I will not talk in detail about this. I feel like everybody knows what's going on. I'm preaching to the choir, but with the homegrown economic reforms that we have been going on, trying to stabilize the different macroeconomic issues that we have had across the board. The financial sector reforms, liberalization, establishment of Ethiopia Investment Holding, trying to ensure that government and public wealth is strategically invested in and made properly efficient. And also our regional integration in terms of trying to open up access to export markets, specifically within African global markets. So a lot of work has been done over the past 5 to 6 years. But all of these reforms alone do not fund our dreams. I think most private sector is going to say, okay, government has done this, I'm very happy with that, but where's the money? That's also what I keep on always asking. Dreams do not get funded by just the reforms. And so, what does this mean? Where's the finance? Where's the finance issues, and where can I actually find them? You can tell, my analyst did this. It's like a packed, jammed slide with numbers. Don't worry, I'll share them with you. Everyone has them. They just look very prettily looking to actually make sense. National development priorities, I think Ato Salamihun earlier mentioned it. By 2023, we're expected to have around $397 billion to support our national development priorities. Where is that money going to come from? It's everyone's question. And then add to that climate reform. We have done analysis and said $252 billion would be required for us to meet our climate goals. And then add to that again, we have our SDGs of around $608 billion required for us to meet those goals. Now we're like in the trillions. Where's the money going to come from? This is where impact investment comes in. ODA is shrinking. That's the reality. I am sure I have partners in here that know that, contribution has been declining for the past few years. Remittances go to purely household consumptions. And then we have SMEs that are locked out of finance. So how are we going to fix that? This is where impact investment comes in, hitting that sweet spot of trying to say how we could bring that money in. Should I define what that means? I feel like between Salamihun and Ato Zinabu, we have done it. Impact investment, yes. It's not just plugging in a gap. It's the money coming in to say, you want financial returns, but at the same time, that financial return has to bring us social impact. It has to bring impact, whether it's environment, and then building economies. Now, impact investment will drive 4 big wins, if you look at it theoretically. Economic development, social empowerment, it's going to look at jobs, and environmental resilience. So all of these 4s, maybe I can break them down. When we look at economic development, we're saying, can this finance back viable businesses? It can be in agribusiness, it can be in energy, it can be in climate, but ensuring that they follow sustainable practices and also have financial returns. When we say social economic empowerment, is it enabling access to healthcare, education, finance, agricultural products? Is it reducing inequality? And then also at the end of it, strengthening community ownership. And third, is it able to target that pain point for us in terms of job creation? What it's actually doing, especially in a country where our high youth is really unemployed. How are SMEs supporting that angle of job creation? By ensuring that jobs are created and stable incomes are being earned by Ethiopians. And then, last but not least, the environmental sustainability angle. It looks at how are we reducing impact on the environment in terms of protecting our resources. Impact investing will help us challenge all of these issues. And so, as we all agree, the story is that impact will deliver profit, but it also, at the same time, has to look at the people and the planet and what it means for them. And so now, how does Ethiopia compare to the rest of Africa? There you go. I have to say, not that well. We actually quite, forgive my English, suck at it. In East Africa, impact investment has pulled around $9.3 billion with 1,000 deals. Of that, Kenya is the lead with 136 plus impact investment funds. Ethiopia, can someone guess the number? Don't look at the slide. I'm giving gifts, like a day spa at Boston. Come on, guys. Less than 4%. I was sure the number was wrong. I was like, guys, look at the numbers again. They were like, nope. Ethiopia has managed to attract less than 4% of impact funds in East Africa. So what does that say? We're underperforming. We know we have the potential for it. We know we have the market for it, but we're just saying we are not visible. And so, what does this mean? I mean, I know the supply is there, but specifically in the case of Ethiopia, what does that mean? Sorry, this thing's stuck. Yep, there you go. I am not tech savvy. Fine, I'll point that way. And so, over the past 5 years, DFIs dominate in terms of Ethiopia, with donors filling the cap for what we have when it comes to impact investment supply. Banks and microfinance are the biggest financiers, but they're icky when it comes to actually investing in impact-oriented firms. SMEs, they have no chance of getting any kind of finance. MFIs try to address some of those issues. But we have our largest suppliers, being IFC, has last year alone committed to around 605 million alone for impact investments. And then we have less than 15, yes, 15, VC and private equity firms that actually target these investment pacts. So, I mean, as I said, compared to Kenya, 136, we're at like less than 10. And so, but, this lack of visibility or lack of capital into the country does not mean we have the opportunity. There is demand for it. I can see some startups, entrepreneurs here like giving me the evil eye. They're like, we want money. I'm like, yes, I understand you, but people or the capital don't see you. What does that mean for us? I have here with me people from Kafia, and they're gonna tell me, what? We're giving money? What do you mean? I'm gonna prove you wrong. I'm like, yes, you are. But still, there is more to come. The demand is there. These are some of the players in Ethiopia. I think I'm gonna turn this way. There you go. Yes, that are supplying, we have managed to map in the ecosystem that are actually doing supplies. I'm gonna repeat myself. There's a QR code scan on the table that would give you access to this presentation. So you don't have to squint your eyes, trying to read these. So these are the stakeholders that we have managed to map in terms of supplying capital to impact investment in Ethiopia. Yeah, there you go. I think I'm back. And so this impact investment capital supply in Ethiopia have been very limited to very few selected sectors. As you can see here, the 4 or so outperforming are renewable energy, agri and agriculture, agriculture, fintech, and health. Those are the primary focus areas in the case of Ethiopia where capital supply has been mobilized. And so the capital tends to cluster itself towards selected industries that are easier for us to target. Okay. So demand. We're going to look at Ethiopia. We have around 800,000 SMEs, but only 130 of those actually have managed to access credit. Now, what does that mean? It leaves us with a gap of $4.2 billion. Where's that money going to come from? Capital supply tells us that they haven't been able to find investable firms, and then we have the SMEs saying that they can't find money to supply their demands. And so the entrepreneurs are ready, but the capital channels are not reaching them. So demand comes from SMEs, startups, social enterprises, but they are mostly stuck at the early stages of what they're either at the seed or in a stage. And those are, unfortunately, it's a mismatch between the capital supply. And these are some of the demand suppliers, players that we have managed to map over the past. This is just an indicative list. Don't get angry. We're going to add more as we get information from all of you guys. It's going to be a very big list of everyone demanding for money. But yeah, these are the players that we have managed to map that have also given us a bit of insights into what their challenges are when it comes to accessing capital. There you go. And so we have intermediaries then. We looked at the third angle of who are these? What are those, a handful of organizations that are trying to bridge that gap between capital demand and supply. Are they operating effectively? However, they have all also come up with their bucket of challenges. Yes, they're here to help entrepreneurs, but they're like, high credit costs. We have limited exit opportunities. There are weak pipelines, i.e. we cannot find those investable entrepreneurs or startups or business ideas for us to look into. And they cannot scale for impact. But we have tried to look into 3 of these, looking at what are some of the intermediaries in Ethiopia that can help when these things are private capital intermediaries and venture VCs. Funds in Ethiopia are really, really quite limited. As you all know, there are like less than 15 of them that are actually active right here. Fintech and digital finances are those that are working with banks and private sector in creating digital vehicles to ensure ease of access when it comes to finances. And then, of course, we have the SX. We do have amongst us here the CEO, so you guys can feel free to bombard him with questions as to what he's planning on doing for SMEs. Right over there, I'm putting target over him. But yeah, so all of these intermediaries also need ecosystem enablers, right? Where are the incubators? Where are the accelerators, universities? Those are the ones that will be able to identify for us or showcasing what the promise to the market looks like. I have been told I'm slow. I'm gonna fast track this. There you go. So all of these, I think Ato Salamihun has more detailed information than me on how many accelerators, how many incubators, what are they doing, what have they been going through, that he can actually give us more detailed insights. But in the case of Ethiopia, we have a significant amount of them that are trying to support, especially early stage ventures, in trying to get the right recognition and the right supports when it comes to how they can enable startups. The recent startup proclamation, which has been approved and is being taken into action, focuses on providing clarity for early stage ecosystem players. But what does that mean to actual small and medium enterprise that are the main targets of mostly impact investments? So these are some of the ecosystem enablers. We have also been identify a combination of accelerators, incubators, VC firms, some also government-owned as well program supporters that are looking into supporting entrepreneurs and startups. But the government has to come in. I just kind of mentioned that the startup proclamation, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, after 4.5 years has finally been approved. What does that tell you? I can see someone smiling. They're like, that applies for every policy. That's the sad reality. You have to fight for every good thing, but government has to be involved. Government needs to provide their support, their willingness to listen to what private sector has to say to make them work. That's the reality of it. So what does that mean for us? Over the past 5-6 years, they have heard us. They have been making very painful corrections when it comes to how we can fix the economy to make it workable. IFC, in collaboration with the National Bank, trying to integrate ESG guidelines into banking and finances. the launch of the Ethiopian Stock Exchange market to ensuring that there's a platform for clear exits, the startup proclamations approval. You know, all of these are being done with the intention to support private sector to ground them into becoming more sustainable. Now, how do we strengthen all of this? What does that mean? How can we bring all of this together into one big bucket? I know you guys are tired. I called a person to say, can you please come to this event I have next week? And he was like, I'm tired. He's like, I'm tired of listening to you guys talk. You're always talking and there's no action. And we're like, okay, good. But that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring into one room and say, we have done the homework, which as Salam Yun said earlier on, is it based on the local context and reality of Ethiopia? All of these studies always fail without understanding what our context is, but what does that mean for us in Ethiopia? So for us, we try to look at those 5 pillars from looking at demand, the supply, intermediaries, the enablers, and also the government. What does that mean? And so, in the case of Ethiopia, I did. So I mentioned that there are some legal and regulatory frameworks that have been going on the ground, but now that they have approved, what does implementing actually look like? Who do we need to pull in to push in, or what do we actually need to also add in for impact investment to come into a reality? When it comes to awareness and capacity building, I think my colleague Atieno can agree with me, the louder that you speak about something, the more you say it, the more knowledge and awareness you create, the more likely it is that it will become successful. People will know about it, people say about it. So how can we create knowledge and awareness? That's going to be one of the biggest things that we're going to be working on. Regulatory sandboxing and innovation, you know, I think Dagmar is going to do this version all by herself. How can we create a space where we can be as innovative as we want, and then seeing something that can actually turn into reality that's going to change something. So what does that mean in the case of Ethiopia context, and how can we create that, especially when it comes to innovating financial tools? Last but not least, how can we also adopt some of the global impact practices? My colleague Atieno will be walking us through what does that look like, and how can we bring some of that down to Ethiopia, what has been done, and what are actually the benefits of ensuring that we integrate into our businesses as well as into our selection criteria of being impact conscious when we run the companies, and we also make investment decisions accordingly. Last but not least, looking at what kind of regulatory incentives and or exit market development do we need to consider, or we have a conversations on a frank one, and say this is actually what needs to be done in the case of Ethiopia for us to, for all of this to make sense for us. And so, I think that was not my last slide. I'm just going to say it before Atieno jumps in and does all this for me. The question is for us, I don't think it's a matter of are we ready, it's a matter of who is willing to take action. Ato Adenau can support me on this. We have been having these conversations for the past 10 years, 10 plus or so years, trying to create that momentum and say this is what impact investment can look like. Different players have been saying it, have been doing it, but now the big question comes in, are you guys willing to roll up your sleeves, get your feet and hands dirty, and make something out of it? And so I leave everyone with this question is, who in this room is willing to lead with us? Thank you.
Isn't she amazing? Not even 1% of that is me. No. Thank you so much. That was truly eye-opening. Now, let's go to our next presenter on enabling impact investment in Ethiopia, which is going to be presented by Dagmawit Shifarao. She is the director of Innovative Finance Lab at the UNDP. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dagmawit with a round of applause.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's very hard to follow Nasreen, so I'm not going to be as energetic, just saying. But yeah, I wanted to just show you guys what we've been doing, what we've been working on for the last 3 years now, actively for the last 2 years, and so some of the works that we have at the IFL. So the Innovative Finance Lab, if it's new for some of you, just to give some context, is a project that was co-developed by the National Bank of Ethiopia when the Ethiopian Capital Market Authority was just a project. And then at that stage, the National Bank partnered with UNDP to help establish the capital market, the project team. And also later on, UNDP identified that, okay, it's an amazing platform is coming on, a new financial avenue is now coming. And for the last 10 and 15 years through our work with EDI, we've identified that, access to finance has always been an issue. So what can this new financing avenue bring to SMEs and startups, which are our target audience, right, through UNDP's work. So specifically, the Innovative Finance Lab was designed to help develop the private side of the capital market. I know Talahon and his team are developing the public side of the capital market, and then we're trying to develop the pipeline within the private side of the capital market. And so we have 4 major pillars to do that, and it hasn't been easy. As I mentioned, it's been 2 years in the making, and also we are continuing to work on this. So we have identified 4 issues and bottlenecks to actually develop this market. One is the demand side. And as Nasrin mentioned, Ethiopia is not attracting investment. It's not for the lack of opportunities, but mainly because how we are positioning, how our companies are positioning themselves. And so they need support in becoming investment ready. I know that's been, a lot of accelerators, incubators that have been working on developing companies, but we also feel like there is still a gap. And so we've been supporting companies there. 2 is the supply side. Okay, yeah, we've been, getting accelerators, incubators, developing companies, but where is the supply? Where are the investors? And so we have a work on developing the supply side for capital. The other aspect is the regulation. So what are the enabling environment that is required to actually foster innovation and also investable companies? And finally, we also developing, making additional products within the capital market, so I'll speak more on that. So for 2 years, we've been supporting companies to become investment ready. And what does that mean, and why is that even required, right? So the first thing is, if you look at anywhere else in East Africa, when an investor approaches a company, or a company approaches an investor, they're quite ready. In a way, everything is organized. You'll have a discussion, a pitch meeting, and then after that, once they know their numbers, 2 is they give you access to their data room within 5 minutes, right, after the NDA. And so in Ethiopia, while I was working in the investment side, we actually had to work with the companies to get the information. They don't have their information organized, not in a way that is feasible for an investor to look through. So investors are not gonna help the companies develop, organize their information, identify their investment need, and also give them the money. Like, nobody wants to do that work. Already investing in SMEs and startup is a very expensive game, because the bigger investors can tell you, you can do an investment for 200,000 or 3 million. The work is the same. The cost is mostly the same. So why would I come in and actually work with a company that is not ready and help them develop and invest and incur a very high cost for a $200,000 investment? So that's the cost, right? So we need to de-risk that. We need to help the companies prepare for the investment and kind of do the pre-due diligence for the investors, so that when they come in, the information is ready, the cost is very decreased, and then they can do the transaction, and they will be hopefully indifferent from the $3 million or the 200,000, because the opportunity is there, right? So that's what the investment readiness work is. We work with the companies for 6 months. We kind of give them what is the requirement from investment side, on what is the expectation on the governance structure and everything, through trainings, from industry expert trainings. And then we work with them to co-develop their data rooms, so that when an investor comes in, we know more about the company. We've worked with them for 6 months, so it's kind of a pre-due diligence process. So far we've worked with 170 companies, and we kind of diligenced what are the investable pipeline opportunities there. That's one. So we are sector agnostic. We support SMEs. When I say SMEs, these are scalable ventures and also startups which have the potential to disrupt. So various range and stages and sizes and sectors. Two is the supply side. So for the supply side, which is the most exciting part of our work, we have partnered with CoRamo Capital, which is one of the biggest sub-Saharan African fund managers. So they are with us to actually be the general partner or the GP for a fund that we're setting up. So UNDP, of course, we're not a financial institution. We are not involved in the actual fund itself, but we're supporting the development of the fund. Again, another catalytic impact here is why would CoRamo come to Ethiopia? This was an initiation that was supposed to be done by them, right? A GP should actually have the initiation to come in and set up a fund. But we actually have to nurture the process. We have to encourage the investors to come to Ethiopia. So we're de-risking the cost of the setup. We're supporting them with the government by working with them and making it easy to set up. And in addition to that, we're asking them to domicile locally, which is not a good, it's not an easy subject, right? But we are bold enough to ask and say, like, Ethiopia has the potential to domicile locally. The government is open and willing to support you in domiciling locally. So what is required? What do we need to do? And one of the major things that we believe is a success is, if you have seen the recent income tax proclamation, you know, the tax authority listened and said collective investment schemes are a pass-through entity, which is funds are now pass-through entity, which is the precedent in other jurisdictions. But in Ethiopia, they didn't recognize collective investment schemes, which are the fund structures. So now we have that levied. Now that kind of makes Ethiopia, okay, a compelling case to come in and see. And having a domiciliation locally would mean that you can unlock local partners into the fund as well, right? So this is also a growing trend locally, globally, you know, the Forex devaluation and everything will require local investors to come on board. So there has been a lot of work with the regulation, with the investors, with the engagement, and okay. Can you still see me? Okay. Yeah, so with the investors and everything that we've been working on, and currently CoRamo is in the process of obtaining a collective investment scheme license. So we're trying to catalyze the ecosystem. And we believe, and CoRamo has vouched, that this could actually, the 100 million, if it is invested locally, would unlock 10 times its value. That's how capital works. Capital attracts more capital, right? So we believe this can actually unlock up to 1 billion into the fund's life. Okay, that's 10 years target. So that's the dream, but that's not just a dream. This has been done before. We're not just saying that. CoRamo has done this before. 10 years ago, Sub-Saharan Africa had the same similar story. We didn't have a lot of fund managers in the continent. We didn't have local fund managers in the continent, and CoRamo has actually worked to unlock capital into the continent. 500 million has been invested through CoRamo, and they have actually unlocked 3 billion. So this has been done. We're not just preaching this. This has been done. So it's not easy. It's a lot of work, but this is the target. Then, again, for the regulation, we've been working with the two financial regulators, the Ethiopian Capital Market Authority, as well as the National Bank of Ethiopia, to help them set up a regulatory sandbox. What does that mean? We've heard sandboxes, and what does that mean? Sandboxes for the regulators to actually test innovation in a controlled manner that will help with consumer protection, but as well as give innovators the chance to test new products. Currently, for instance, if you have a banking product, right? Let's say you have a neo-banking model, you go to the national bank, they would say, I don't have this regulation, so I can't give you the license for this. But this will allow the national bank to say, how does that work? I want to learn. How does that give opportunity for the consumers? Do we have any risks? Let's test it, and then we can kind of include it in our regulation. So that's been in the works. It actually required a directive and regulation, parliamentary approval. At all has been finalized, and currently National Bank is also poised to launching that. ECMA, the capital market, has actually launched the sandbox a year ago. They have gone through a process of applications. We had 40 applications, and they have screened and selected, and the last stage of accepting for testing. And so this has the model that we have learned and tested, and we believe this could actually apply in other regulators as well. So we're planning to take this forward as well. Finally, in terms of diversifying the product space in the country, impact investing has different pockets, right? So we have the climate angle, we have Islamic finance, which is the inclusive angle, and also municipal bonds, and just diversifying. So we've been supporting the capital market in developing these 3 products, along with FSD, Africa, and Ethiopia. And currently, we have done all the scoping studies for this. We have learned these are viable options, and currently in the process of going into issuances. So we'll be supporting 3 to 5 issuances in each case, so that we can have these products in the market. So we're in the process of supporting issuers now. So there's a lot of work that have been doing it. Again, it's not easy, so you have a lot of gray hairs as a result, but this has all been in the making, and I just wanted to flag that there are these works in progress, and I'll invite everyone to come together to learn about what we're doing and kind of push these agendas forward, because this is not just for UNDP or the capital market or anybody to do it alone. So we all have to come in together. That's why we're partnering with GSG, so that we can push these things forward and come together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dagmawit, and we are grateful to the UNDP for your support and collaboration today, as well as throughout the years, the amazing work you do when it comes to innovation, incubation, supporting startups. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to let go of our guest of honor, but he leaves. Before he leaves, we have to make sure we catch him in our camera. So can I kindly ask you to come forward for a group picture, and then we will officially let you go. So the entire table has to be part of this picture, and then our panelists for later, speakers and presenters, for example, I can remember Adeno is presenting, so Adeno, you have to join this picture. Partners, the UNDP, the SGS, ACE partners, and maybe anyone else who wants to join us, the Japanese government representatives as well. Please join us for this picture. Yes. We also have the CEO of ESX, if you could kindly join us, sir, for this picture. So let's listen to Aaron, because Aaron is typically the best photographer in the country, so he's gonna want to have that great picture then. Okay, last call. Anybody else wants to join? Last call? No? Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead. All right, thank you so much. So with this, we thank you so much, Tosin Abu, for honoring us by your presence, and you are free to go now. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Can we thank him with a round of applause? All right, so Without further ado, we're going to go quickly to our next presentation. We will see how we do for time, and if we feel at some point we're pretty tired or we need to have our coffees, then we will definitely break for coffee, yes? Sorry, I'm taking orders from my bosses. So we were supposed to have Adeno speak first, but now again we're falling back to Abel according to our agenda. So we're going to go straight to our presentation on strategic investment perspectives, which is going to be presented by Abel Daraji, a senior investment associate at the Ethiopian Investment Holdings. Please welcome Abel with a round of applause to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting about AIH and how it's an impact investor and overall our investment strategy and overall our investment framework. So before I start, I just want to give a bit of a background that will also answer and somewhat give a summary of my presentation about how AIH is an impact investor and also the reason for its establishment. So overall, Ethiopian Investment Holdings is part of the macroeconomic reform that has been happening here in Ethiopia since 2018. And one of the biggest realizations, as Nasreen was also mentioning, to finance the development that the country has planned and overall globally to achieve the SDGs, significant amount of finance is needed. And to unlock that finance, the usual go-tos, the debt financing and donor supports is not usually sustainable, and so the government pretty much is putting its money where its mouth is and saying, come co-invest with us, and putting its own money into the market. So overall, AIH's establishment, as I just mentioned, the implementation of the 10-year plan requires significant capital, and to unlock that significant capital, Ethiopia Investment Holdings is acting as the co-investing partner and the de-risking partner to bring in more and more capital to the country. So after its establishment, AIH has two core functions, and those two core functions align with its vision. The first one is its portfolio function, in which the vision is to instill corporate governance and ensure that all of our subsidiaries are up to international best practices and following the best standards. And the second one is mobilizing and attracting international financing to finance various projects that could have significant multiplier effects in the economy and overall the economic welfare of the nation. Our mandates, we act as the strategic investment arm of the government. We also act as the strategic investment partner to all those that wish to partner with us. We try to participate in various investment transactions using various modalities. And so we also try to enhance the market via various instruments. At a glance, AIH has close to 40 portfolio companies and a group revenue of over $18 billion per annum. As far as our sector involvement goes, our subsidiaries have a footprint of over 10 sectors. And what is the value proposition of AIH? The key emphasis that I want to make in this aspect is the strategic partner in the de-risking segment. I know I keep saying strategic, but strategic aspect is what we call the impact investment aspect in all of our investments. And so aside from guaranteeing buyouts, we try to de-risk the investment so that the private sector can fully proliferate and overall participate in the economy. The next one is the project selection, more emphasis on how we are an impact investor. So before we get to the IRRs and the NPVs and the various investment appraisals, the first and the most significant aspect in our considering an investment project is the strategic consideration, or which I guess is defined as the impact. Is it an impact investment? So the first thing that we check is it in alignment with the 10-year development goal, which itself has been mainstreamed to integrate SDG goals and align them with national development plans, as well as try to develop various monitoring and evaluation tools that allow to monitor the nation's growth, as well as is it hitting the SDGs. And so after ensuring that the investment has some kind of an impact The next consideration is EIH consideration, which is, first of all, are we focusing on the actual problem? The second one is there room for EIH to participate in that sector? So maybe later on I'll mention it, but sometimes you have to do an assessment. Is it better for EIH to operate as an operator, or is it better to be a developer in that sector to allow more and more private sector partners and to enhance private sector participation? And then that's when the investment consideration and the commercial return aspects come. But of course, we make sure that all of our projects do meet the commercial returns. The commercial returns might vary based on the project. Certain projects might have significant multiplier effects on the sector, and so for those we compromise while still ensuring that the commercial return is fully met. So this is just a sample case. The first one, for example, in terms of identifying focus areas, I just took the mining sector as an example. First of all, is it mentioned in the 10-year development plan? What are the goals? What are the current challenges? Are we focusing on the right problem? What are the binding constraints? After we identify those, the next one is we try to assess the market in terms of the market's potential, as you can see in the horizontal axis, and also the market structure. That mainly relates to EIH's role in that sector. For example, if EIH is to have some kind of a crowding out role in that sector, we usually prefer to be somewhat of a developer and try to fix the problems that have been preventing private sector participation in that sector. Another example in the manufacturing sector. In terms of categorizing our investments, we try to categorize them into 3 segments. The greenfield, when we try to develop new projects anew. The brownfield is usually related to optimizing and enhancing the performance of our subsidiary companies. The third one is somewhat of an offshoot of the brownfield investments, which is the divestment. Lately, with the establishment of the Ethiopian capital markets and also with the operation of the Ethiopian Stock Exchange, EIH is also venturing to the capital markets as its 4th investment category. We try to use various modalities and vehicles to allow investors to partner with us. Most often, our projects are in the joint venture category, but we're also trying to find various partners, and we're actually working on different projects to establish sub-funds and other funds of funds, whether it be trade fund, VC fund, and whatnot. We also try to develop co-investment platforms. And finally, the last one might be covered, but the capital markets, that's also one of the modalities that we try to use. But overall, we're saying we're open to various modalities of investments, and we try to be the co-investing partner. The last one is our sector overview. We're not limited in terms of the sectors that we participate in. We work in 8 sectors, each with their own specific impact that we try to check, not just by sector, but also on project basis. For example, if we are to take the agricultural sector, one of the impacts that we try to focus on could be ensuring that there is food security, and so whether it's establishing a fertilizer manufacturing plant, or most recently the project that we tried to close with Asset Green in terms of establishing a more enhanced dairy farm. In the manufacturing industry, we try to focus on planting the seed of industrialization in the country. So not necessarily a full-blown complete manufacturing is the initial goal, but we try to create the ecosystem by partnering with technology transfer partners and allowing the technology to come to Ethiopia, and then to allow it to grow to be a full-blown investment. The mining sector as well, just to mention, transport, the real estate, and also more emphasis on the energy sector as well. It's not just on the generation aspect that we try to focus on, but the transmission and the distribution as well. Significant work is currently being done in the generation aspect, but some ignorance has been given to the distribution and transmission sector, and so AH is also actively working in that sector, trying to bring more and more partners and more private sector participation to enhance these specific sectors. The last ones are health services, to ensure that certain commercial returns are met, not necessarily the primary and secondary health care might not be the specific investment target, but investing in various pharmaceutical-related projects and other health products and technology investments is our focus in the health sector. And finally, in the ICT and tech, one of the examples could be the BPO sector, in which we try to identify the binding constraint, and we saw that more and more private sectors can come into the market, but there are certain infrastructure-related problems that have been plaguing that sector, and so AH, as opposed to an operator, is better suited to be a developer, and so we try to create more and more jobs by allowing more and more private party players in that sector. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my apologies for that glitch. Thank you so much, Abel. A wonderful presentation. We're very grateful for the work Ethiopian Investment Holdings is doing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we were supposed to break for coffee, but since we had coffee in the morning and coffee setup is taking a while, so can we insert one more presentation? Be young enough to do it? Yes? I'm probably older than everybody in the house, so great. Thank you so much. So we're going to go straight to Adeno's presentation. Adeno Mesfin is the CEO of Social Enterprises in Ethiopia, and he's going to walk us through his presentation that is entitled Strengthening Impact-Driven Markets. Please welcome Adeno with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to start with a story, of a really an inspiring person. Cast your mind back some 85 years, and a child was born in Bangladesh, and when he became an accomplished economist, and when he was in his 30s, mid-30s, Bangladesh was going through a famine. And I just want to read to you what he said, what he thought at that time. He says, these are his own words. In 1974, we ended up with a famine in the country. People were dying of hunger and not having enough to eat. And that is a terrible situation to see around you. And I was feeling terrible that here I teach elegant theories of economics, and those theories are of no use at the moment with the people who are going hungry. So I wanted to see if as a person, as a human being, I could be of some use to some people. What he did was, he took $27 of his own money, and he lent it to 27 to 42, sorry, $27 to 42 women entrepreneurs. That started a ball rolling. Now, 2025, the bank that he set up has lent $7.6 billion to over 10.75 million borrowers, of which 94% of them are women. Can you imagine, this man starts with his $27 and it's gone up to almost $11 billion around 40 years later. The man is called Professor Muhammad Yunus. He is, at the moment, he is the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. And I tell you the story because I want to inspire you that a small droplet can become an ocean if you have the intention and the clear vision. I think let's give him a round of applause for everything. I'll go on to my presentation. Social Enterprise Ethiopia. Actually, before I go on to Social Enterprise Ethiopia, I just want to quickly explain what social enterprise is. I see a number of friends in the audience, but there are many people who don't know what it means. The first thing is that it's a business. It has to be an enterprise because it makes it self-sustainable. Secondly, it has at its core social or environmental mission. So it's really not about making money, not profiting such, although that is one element of it. It's primarily to serve, to address a social or environmental problem. So please, a lot of people think CSR is a social enterprise. It is not. CSR is 10% of, up to 10% of private sector organization giving back to the community. But this one, at its core, it is it's social and environmentally driven. It generates its income through trade. It has to be an enterprise. It makes it more sustainable. And then the third aspect is that it invests its profit into its mission. It could be in its own organization. The longer it stays in operation, the more people it will serve. And so I just want to explain what social enterprise is. Of course, it addresses multi-sectoral. Our members serve education, housing, health, you name it, we've got social partners in it. And with Ethiopia being a youth-driven economy, we really need to start looking at impact. We're still behind in terms of poverty. We're still one of the poorer countries in the world. And so the two combinations, impact and profit, together will generate and drive the economy as while addressing our problems. So I think the social enterprise business model is really one that's fantastic, and one that's not taught in our curriculum, in our education curriculum. Only 2 universities touch it. Really, they give one class on it, and I think that we need to start looking within and start trying to promote a business model which actually is integral to Africa. It's a pre-capitalist state of being, social enterprise. We serve. It's the capitalist model that goes for profit. You know, one group of people, shareholders or the owner, accrues and accumulates the funds for themselves, for their families, but not for necessarily for the greater good or for the greater community. Our vision, as you can see, is to really create a vibrant social enterprise ecosystem. I'll just skip through this because I've got limited time. We were established in 2018 by 7 dynamic social entrepreneurs. We are now in our 7th year. We've got actually around 620 members. Sorry, there's a misprint. And we work in policy, advocacy, awareness raising. We also work in capacity building, networking across African social, setting up a network for African social entrepreneurs. We also work in decent work. Our motto is we impact, we profit. So there is an element of profit, but as I say, it's not the driver. The driver is more impact. Again, 15.8 million. That figure actually is that's like a couple of years old. One of our members, Helena Enriched Foods, has served 5.2 million children. She provides therapeutic food for malnutrition children, and she served at least 5.2 million up to now. So our figures are much higher, but we are fairly poor at measuring our own impact. I think the first thing that I want to say in terms of our achievement, I told you policy was an area that we work in. We've been advocating for the past 7 years tirelessly, and it was really a delight and a pleasure for us that last month the Ethiopian government came up with draft national entrepreneurship policy and strategy. So we actually got the social enterprise fully recognized in a draft law. We hope that that law will not take 4.5 years like the startup to become, to pass, but I'm sure it will become law soon, and maybe in the next year or so. And I think it's a big achievement. I think we should, if you could give me a round of applause, because a lot of our members also are here, and it's a major achievement for us. We also co-hosted Social Enterprise World Forum in Addis Ababa. The first time it was held in a non-developed economic country. We had over 1,300 people in 71 countries and territories represented. We've done 30 meetup activities which are promoting our work, or at least showcasing our social entrepreneurs. I won't go through everything, but we've done a number of different projects. In fact, we've done a project with Mohammed Yunus's Environment Hub, one of his organizations, and we've recently finished 3 decent work toolkits, one on climate change, one on gender equity, and another one on human rights. And finally, mapping, well, actually, I don't want to say finally, because we're just in the process of mapping social enterprise across Africa, of which it's focusing, the report is going to focus on Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, and Cameroon. So we're just in that process at the moment, working with the Charles Schwab Foundation and another number of different partners. And lastly, the network of African social enterprises, of which Ethiopia, Social Enterprise Ethiopia, was one of the establishing partners, will probably see Ethiopia hosting the next African Annual Conference here next year. So we're moving rapidly and trying to also work with our African colleagues. Challenge, well, still legitimacy until the law passes. We're still, there's still some difficulties in terms of getting anything concrete. I.e., we go to banks to try and get support for our sector. They say, how do we know your members, your sector? And so once we get this law in place, we'll be able to get support for the sector. Access to finance is still a major hurdle. It's a hurdle actually across over all SMEs, but it's also very, very much pertinent to ours, because a lot of our members start with a clear idea, a clear vision of what they want to achieve, what they want to address, but maybe not the collateral to be able to start it. We also have, so this is where actually we align with the impact investment part. We also, there's still a lack of awareness of social enterprise. It's a funny thing because, as I say, it's a pre-capitalist state of being. So serving, using business to serve the community is nothing new. Somebody recoined the name and called it social enterprise. And so we have to resell that idea to ourselves under a new name. And so, so we still, there's still a challenge for us. Again, in terms of, as I say, our entrepreneurs have a very clear idea of what they want to achieve, the impact, but may not necessarily have the business skills. A lot of social enterprises fail, get up, and then succeed. So we want to try and make that a shorter trip. So still they need support. As I said earlier on, the 15.8 million I said, I mentioned, is really very, very small, because there's a difficulty in measuring our impact, and we need to work harder in telling our story. I mean, generally, actually, Africa is not very good at telling its story. We often allow others to tell our story, which often is not flattering. And lastly, I said earlier that we're not corely taught in the academic curriculum. Okay, the opportunities, of course, is that in Ethiopia we love to say "Chiggar yeለም," and yet we're the heart of Chiggar. You walk out of here, you'll see Chiggar everywhere. So there's lots of opportunities. Social entrepreneurs don't feel depressed by seeing them. We look at them as opportunities, something that we can resolve. There's more funding available, of course not from the United States, but from around other corners. There's a lot of funding available for this sector. As I said earlier on, that we want entrepreneurs to be able to stand on their own 2 feet. I think the perfect example is what has happened to USAID. The isolationist mentality of the United States has meant that a lot of organizations have had to shut down. And so the more able we are to stand on our own 2 feet, the more we're able to sort of direct our future more ably. And I think really the wonderful thing about social entrepreneurs is that it's not just about the money, it's about the impact. I think of a multitude of ways that we can impact other people's lives and serve, and I'll come back to it a little bit later on. But okay, I think our lives, look at this planet, it's been going for millions of years. Our lives are a drop in the ocean, a very small drop in the ocean. Who will be remembered for the houses that they lived in, for the cars they drove, or for the titles that they had? None of us. In 100 years' time, none of us will be here. Professor Muhammad Yunus, he will be remembered in 100 years' time because of his impact. And I think that what I would say to you is, look within. I think for Africa, for Ethiopia and for Africa, this is a turning point. I think that, and I'm not trying to disrespect other parts of the globe, but I think that we have to start looking within and start stepping up, smelling the coffee. We have to look at our own impact. When we have moved on to the next world, we would at least have, if we look within, we will try and have served at least one other life, if not more. Our members, I told you about Alina, 5.2 million. There's Samira Gush, 140 women that she hires, single mothers, and she has an export, a leather a company called Cabana Leathers. She exports first-class leather to the globe. There are so many people like I forget her name, but Thamsaid Kitchen. They serve, they train women who are ex-sex workers or who've been poorly abused in households. They train them. She has an 87% rate of success. These people don't go back to the lives that they had. They move on to new lives, better lives. Either they start their business or they're employed. So I think, I also want to give an example of Taye. Taye spends a lot of his time on here hosting, but he also spends a lot of his time investing. I would say investing in children, in IDPs, in different community stuff. So I challenge all of you really to look at yourself tonight in the mirror and think, this life will carry on. We'll all die, but what will be your footprint? What will be your impact? Will you have served somebody, one person? In some ways, the Creator gives us food, air. Okay, air, we don't pay for air. At the very least, what we can do is to serve one other person, and that will make our lives much more impactful. And so, academicians, you can teach about social enterprise. Investors, invest in our social enterprises, because you get more than your rate of interest back. Everyone, just look at how you can serve. And I can tell you, you'll be much happier than having millions of pounds stacked in your bank account. Make your money work, make your thoughts work, have an impact, and make your country, your continent, your world much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adano, first of all, for your wonderful presentation. It's truly eye-opening again, and for the honor you've shared my story, and it's something very small I do, mainly with the support of a lot of very kind people around me, basically my social media contacts. And what we do really transforms lives, yes. But the work compared to what needs to be done, it's nothing. And as you talked about social enterprise, something I've been thinking so much for the past many years to do is, starting a bakery. I love bread, first of all. Bread in any form. For those of you that are Ethiopians, any bread including talagita. I love bread. I grew up eating a lot of bread, so cheap but so good. Back in the days, early 90s and late 80s, we used to buy bread so big, only with 10 cents from the Kabale bakeries. And they used to be so big, if you spent 2 birr, you could buy 20 of them, but they would be too much for a plastic bag, so we would carry them in a pillowcase. And I want to do that today for our children. Children who go to school in the morning, eating nothing, most of them. And I want to not just open shops, but I have a brilliant business idea. I want to have those small minivans that could be dispatched early morning into every single neighborhood, mostly the low-income neighborhoods. And just in 1 hour's time, from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., bam, 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 deliver very cheap, good bread, fortified wheat bread, and make sure our kids are able to go to school having eaten something substantial, and they can focus in the classrooms. But making it happen is like pulling the moon out of the sky with a cable. But my hope is that someday we will be able to do things like this. If I asked young people that are trying to start business here, I'm sure half of the room would stand up. We have a lot to do, but we can do it if we put our hearts into it, if we put humanity first. And as you keep saying, as the whole thing is about impact today, I say impact your world. We can't just leave and pass. We need to be able to impact our surroundings. We can't just leave and pass. Then it's pointless. Leaving a legacy behind has everything to do with impacting our world. And I keep saying, impact your world. ከራሳችን ያልተረፈ የተረፈ ህይወት ይኑረን የሚል ነገር ሁሌ እላለሁና. So thank you so much. And one more thing, thank you so much for starting with the story of Muhammad Yunus, my favorite man. He is my screensaver. And that's one other thing I want to do. I want to start a microfinance that could give out loans without, what do you call it, collateral. People should have the right to access to finance. And imagine what we can do. And I have to tell you, Muhammad Yunus is very soon coming to Ethiopia through Kafia Financial Technologies. He's coming to speak in Ethiopia very soon. Isn't that great news? Now, please enjoy your coffee. I believe my organizers are ready with the coffee. Yes? Is coffee ready now? Yes, let's go to coffee, 20 minutes tops, and we will be back to an incredible, yes, to an incredible presentation and a panel discussion. Do not leave, please, but 20 minutes later. When you scan the QR code, there's another QR code on the back of the magazine there. It will take you straight to a form, a Google form, where you can register to be part of the task force. So if you would like to be the member of the Ethiopian task force, please scan the other QR code other than the ones with which you access the presentations, and sign up on the Google form and make sure you register if you want to be part of the task force. Enjoy your coffee. We will see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you so much. presented by Ateno Otonglo, Market Development Manager at the GSG Impact. And since she's Kenyan, I say Jambo. Don't tempt me, I could sing. Salam, Moshe. There you go. Make this to the light. Point it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. May I say salam and Jambo as well. It's a pleasure to be here today. I don't know where to start. I've been to Addis several times before, but most of those conversations were not really impact related. So really excited to be making this foray today and to be meeting you all. It's a great day. I wouldn't say it's day one. I would just say it's the start of a new conversation and a new way of working together. I think we have all the right partners in the room. So just really, really excited. And I must formally thank the government of Japan. With their kind support, we've been able to host this convening. And we are going to be able to do a lot more over the next, say, 6 to 8 or so months. So really thankful to the government of Japan and their partners, to the ministry as well, the government of Ethiopia, colleagues, partners from UNDP, and all the other organizations, Social Enterprise Ethiopia. We really appreciate your presence and your contribution so far. So before I get into my slides, maybe I would want to start by giving you a bit of context of who GSG is and what exactly we do. So GSG is actually a not-for-profit organization that was established in 2013 on the sidelines of the UK, the G8 meeting in the UK, where we started with 8 so-called national advisory boards for impact investing. So what they did is they formed what they call the national advisory boards for impact investing, which basically looked at what impact investing means for those 8 countries. And then they came up with a couple of recommendations, which they presented the next year at the meeting. And they felt that the work was really important. They wanted to continue doing this work. And that's what led to the establishment of GSG Impact, because we were formed to support and to coordinate the work and the efforts of all these countries. So fast forward to 2025, I'm proud to say that today we have 49 member countries, very soon 50 countries, 6 of which are in Africa, and a pipeline of about 16 countries on the continent, including Ethiopia. So it's an exciting new start, and really, this conversation today is not about GSG and what we are doing. I want to give you a bit of a global flavor and an African context of what we do and how we do it. But really, the conversation today is about Ethiopia and what we collectively want to and can do for the country, right? It's a locally led discussion, a locally led effort and initiative. So the discussion today is about, all the people in the room, and how we want to collectively chart the way forward for Ethiopia. So what do we do exactly? We create and we accredit and support what we call national partners for impact investing. As I said, currently we have 49 around the world and 6 in Africa. And we are a powerful global movement, driving policy, driving change at local, national, international, global levels. And pushing also for regulatory change and for advancing or piloting of solutions at scale, especially around mobilization of capital for SMEs, which we have had is a major challenge as well in Ethiopia, as we see in a lot of the other countries and the emerging markets as well. So now to the slides. And please, I put a lot of information on the slides. I was, coming from a point of assuming that some of us in the room might not be too familiar with the content on impact investing. So I'll be jumping some of the slides. Feel free. I think you can access them. If you have specific questions, we have a session, hopefully, for questions and answers towards the end. So feel free to record and share your questions towards the end. So this is just the content of my presentation. And this is what we are trying to address. Oops, I should not have put the font in red. It doesn't show quite well. But it's all about giving the incentives and know-how to the stakeholders and partners. That would include governments, that would include business investors, on really how to invest for impact, right? As you all know, and as I'll share on some of the slides, I hope you have the definition by now of what impact investing is. If not, I'll be able to share at a very high level what impact investing actually is, and also what it is not, which is very important to understand. So these are the key, this just talks a bit about the vision, the mission, and the objectives of GSG Impact, and why we exist, and how we do what we do. So we have a very effective global partnership where we are able to share, best case examples, studies from other countries, what they are doing, piloting and looking at models that work, what doesn't work, sharing knowledge, sharing experiences, basically thinking together and strategizing on the way forward, what can work, what we've seen in other countries, what doesn't work, what the discussion is also globally, and how we can support each other on this journey. And then two main areas that we work on, as I mentioned. One is impact transparency and the harmonization of impact standards. The second one is around mobilization of capital for the SMEs, especially in emerging markets and developing economies. I think this is pretty much talks, it's a repeat of what I've talked a bit about. But I said we are very well-connected network. We have over 2,000 connected and aligned leaders from across the globe, across different sectors, experts, you name it, from across different organizations that we work closely with, many other bodies that we partner with as well in our work. Sorry, this map is not too clear, but if you look at it maybe on your, if you scan the code, I think you should be able to see two dots or two colors of dots. So we have the red dots and the pink dots. This basically presents, yeah, thanks. I think this is better. So this basically presents the GSG Impact Network. I talked about 49 countries where we are currently present around the world. About 50% of those are in emerging markets and developing economies. In Africa, we are in Kenya, just next door, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, Zambia, and very recently we welcomed the Francophone community to the GSG partnership. We have our colleague here from Burkina Faso. So Burkina Faso joined the GSG Impact membership earlier this year, which is great because we are not leaving any part of the continent behind. The Francophone ecosystem is a bit different. They talk about, what do you call it, solidarity economy. So it's a very different approach. And we want to bring them on board as well. We have a lot to learn from them, and they also have some lessons to teach us. So very excited for that. And then we have another, say, 16 countries in Africa, including Ethiopia, where we are working to build our national partners for impact investing. So I like this slide because I think someone talked a bit about it earlier. It actually explains what impact investing is. And the definition, I'm sure you can look it up if you like. GENE, for example, the Global Impact Investing Network have their own definition. But this graph or this table here represents the continuum of investment. So on the extreme left, you'll see traditional investment, which I think most of us have more or less ran away from these days. It's very rare to see organizations, institutions, etc., intentionally invest in businesses that are not doing good, for example, for our environment or socially, right? So we moved away from traditional investing. I think a lot of us are now talking about ESG investing, ESG strategies, etc. I've had quite a bit of conversation by talking to a few people in the room that this is where they currently are. I had someone also talking about the banking sector and the fact that there's requirements for ESG integration in their reporting, right? And then we move to the next. Well, we have traditional investing. We talked about responsible and sustainable, stroke ESG, and then impact investing. So you'll see very clearly where impact investing is. It's all about optimization. So optimizing your risk and return and investing with impact. Very clear. Again, someone mentioned that impact investing is not philanthropy. As you'll be aware, philanthropy is where there's allowance to lose up to 100% of your investment. Impact investing is not philanthropy. That's very clear. However, we work very closely and collaborate with the philanthropic organizations, foundations, etc., because they are a very important player and contributor and investor as well and supporter of our work. Now, for us, we call this the ABC framework of investing. So A is the obvious one, right? You avoid harm, which I think all of us in this room are doing. That's why we are here. And then benefit to all stakeholders, right? And then finally, contributing to solutions. And here, I'll add a few lines, or I'll just add this bit. Even where the problems were created by others, not necessarily ourselves, or maybe focusing on underserved target groups that are usually left out. Okay? So that's how we see impact investing, and this is what we call the continuum of investment, or the spectrum of investment. This is similar to the previous slide. I think it just quantifies the amount of money that is available to move towards impact. About 50 trillion US dollars. Right? I talked about optimizing risk and return. I have some interesting statistics, at least for myself, that shows that when you invest for impact or with impact, you actually enhance the performance of your portfolio. It's not me saying it, but it's actually some studies and research and data that we've come across in the past couple of months and weeks, and I'll show them to you. Okay, so when you have some time, please read through this. It just talks about the creation of value and how you are more likely, statistically at least, to deliver superior returns, financial returns, if you actually optimize for impact or ESG or sustainability, depending on where you are, at the moment. So you can have a chance to actually read through. There's some material there at the bottom. I think there are actually links where you can go and read a bit more about these studies. Same to this is just a portfolio. It's called the IGS Impact Leaders portfolio that we came across. If you like numbers and statistics, this is actually data that was collected over 10 years, right? So you can have a look at this, quite interesting. This clicker doesn't work. Okay, here you go. So this is the model of GSG Impact and how we actually deliver results globally and locally. Three main areas or key areas where we work or focus on. The first one is policy influence. And I had a lot of discussion around, the importance of policy, the need to understand what the policy framework currently is in Ethiopia or in Africa, the need to involve government and policy institutions in these discussions, what sort of laws are in place, which ones are more favorable for impact investing, what do we need to do, are there new laws that we need to think about? And these are discussions that often take, maybe even a couple of years, as we've seen in some of the countries, but we have to start, and we have to start somewhere, right? So GSG Impact is actually a member of the G7 Impact Task Force, and we have a very nice report. For those of you who like to read, I will share with you on the slide at least the link where you can look at the reports that we did for the Impact Task Force on two topics. The first one is around the impact standards and the harmonization of the same, and the second one is around mobilization of capital for emerging markets. It has very interesting recommendations for the different stakeholders on what they actually need to do. So for example, for the banks, for the governments, and for other classes of investors. GSG is also a member of the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group or Task Force, which is hosted by UNDP. We are the formal knowledge partner there. We are also members of the International Sustainability Standards Board, or the ISSB, as a consultative committee member. Finally, over the past 3 years alone, at least 15 countries or 15 national partners have actually implemented changes policy-wise to enhance or to make the investing environment more favorable for impact investing. Secondly, we have a number of coalitions of action that we run. For example, around results-based finance or outcomes partnerships, outcomes-based finance. I hope you are familiar with that. If not, I'm happy to provide some material around this. I don't know if you're familiar with the Just Transition Finance Challenge in the UK. We were also members of the G7 IIIGH, or the Impact Investing Initiative for Global Health. And we just recently launched a report on SME finance, which we did or co-authored with 3 DFIs, USDFC, NOFund, and BII. And then in terms of innovation, we have had a number of wholesale catalytic capital vehicles that have been launched in at least 12 countries. A good number of those are in Africa, and we'll talk a bit about those. If you're familiar with the Education Outcomes Fund, which has run programs in 4 countries, we have worked on the Impact-Weighted Accounts Initiative at Harvard Business School. And also we work with the International Foundation for Valuing Impacts, or IFVI, in advancing impact valuation globally. So I like this slide because it gives a global context of GSG's work. As I talked about it from the beginning, GSG is a global network with 49 countries as formal members and another maybe 40 or 50 countries in the pipeline. So some interesting initiatives from some countries around the world. So for example, around policy influence, Turkey, Brazil, and Nigeria have formally adopted the ISSB Sustainability Disclosure Standards. In terms of national development plans, which I understand Colombia, South Africa, Brazil have actually included national development plans, rather included impact investing as part of their national development plans. In terms of innovation and implementation of products, we have countries like Japan, Australia, and Canada with the interesting innovative financial vehicles launched. Ghana, Zambia, and Nigeria are leading in Africa as well with very innovative financial vehicles that we'll talk about. And then in terms of market development, we have countries like Central America with their regional advocacy campaign to promote impact investing. And then finally, Chile, Ghana, and Nigeria that have launched deal platforms, increasing market linkages, and many others. These are just a few examples. Okay. So this is how GSG sees the impact investing ecosystem, because for us, we see it in its totality. It's not just about the investors or the supply side or the demand side. I know a lot has been talked about the startups and the ecosystem and the social enterprises. But this is how we see the entire ecosystem being represented from end to end. So at the top on the left, yeah, you'll see the demand for capital, for impact capital, right? So this is where the money is actually needed, or who's asking for impact capital, right? It's the enterprises, it's the companies. That is where the money actually flows at the end of the day. The SMEs or the MSMEs, depending on how you are defining them as well. On the other right hand, or on the other end, we have the supply of capital. So this is where the funding or the impact investing money actually comes from. So you can think about it in terms of the asset owners, the asset managers, the high net worth individuals, the foundations, I don't know, DFIs, and all other players and sources of capital that you can think about or imagine. Now, at the center, and also very important, and this is a major area where a lot of our national partners are playing, is the intermediation of capital. There was a presentation, I can't remember by who, probably by, I think it was the UNDP presentation where you talked a lot about the ticket sizes mismatches, the readiness, the cost of investment, the de-risking, etc. So basically, these are the vehicles and the funds that actually connect the supply side of the capital to the demand side of the capital. Because we mentioned that the money is there. The demand is obviously there, because every day we are having new enterprises coming up and SMEs. But how do we make sure that the money actually reaches where it's needed at the end of the day? So this is a really important pillar for us. And then we have government and regulation, policy and advocacy. We cannot stress the importance of this. So awareness around what is impact investing, what do we need to do, who needs to be aware about it. There was also a mention, I think, by Adenu from Social Enterprise Ethiopia around the need for education, even academically. In a number of countries, we're actually seeing situations where some of the even business school students are asking about careers that are impactful. So people don't necessarily want to go into, say, so-called traditional what do they call them? The investment analyst roles, for example, but they want to go where they can actually have an impact. We have countries like South Africa, where our national partner actually has a course on impact investing at the university level. So they actually teach it. So there's need for awareness at different levels. And then finally, we have what we call the market builders and other professional services. So this is basically everyone else who doesn't necessarily fit squarely into the other pillars. So research firms, advisory firms, including the big four, other business service providers, and anyone else that might have missed out, lawyers, audit firms, other educators, etc. So back to the question of the day. Why would we want to establish a national partner for impact investing in Ethiopia? So what does a national partner actually do? Like, why do we really need one in Ethiopia in the first place? So I think it would be good for you to have an idea of the kind of activities that we can imagine we would be doing, or the purpose for setting them up, right? Very importantly, this is a platform, the go-to platform for private sector, public sector, and civil society actors to engage each other on impact investing, right? It's also an interface for integrating and engaging and testing new ideas. It's a point also of analysis on what can and cannot work for Ethiopia. Every country, is really different, even within the African context. It's a place to explore and scale new ideas. And it's also a connecting vehicle between local and global actors who are focused on directing private capital to public good. And then in terms of the activities, we are actually in the process of, or we have started the first activity, which is defining and mapping the field of impact investing in Ethiopia. This is an ongoing activity that we are doing with the kind support of the Japanese government, and I'm sure some of you have already been contacted. If not yet, be on the lookout, because there'll be a number of conversations around the presentations of those findings and the recommendations from that report. Building consensus around what the key priorities are for impact investing in Ethiopia. I'm actually here to learn from yourselves about the priorities and the lines of action that we need to take, because I manage, and I talk to a lot of countries in other regions, in Africa as well, and we really need to understand the local context. So we need to figure out what works for Ethiopia, because that might not necessarily work in other countries as well. So we need to understand that. Of course, engaging government and policymakers, by and large, a very important part of the discussion that cannot be left out. Attracting capital and new players to the field. I think this is really key. And this is an area that GSG Impact also supports with. A lot of the money that we actually fundraise, the bulk of it, about 70 or 80%, comes to Africa. So we don't want Ethiopia to miss out on this opportunity as well. Building the impact investing infrastructure. I think someone talked about or asked, questioned whether we actually have the market. What about the pipeline? You know, the deal pipeline, etc. Right? And then also gathering intelligence and sharing best practices, learning from each other, from Kenya next door, and from the rest of Africa and the wider other regions as well. And finally, education and awareness, which we have talked about. So this slide is just a visual to explain the process of actually setting up a national partner. Typically, the process takes about anything between 12 to 24 months. There are a number of dialogues like this one that you would need to hold, a number of conversations with the ecosystem stakeholders around the topics or the priorities that have been identified, for example, from the mapping activity that is going on. We are going to need to work on a strategy, come up with a list of recommendations on how to develop the Ethiopian impact ecosystem, come up with a governance and a business plan and an action plan, short term, maybe 1, 2 to 5 years on what we want to do. And it's my job to support you through that process. So depending on how things go, maybe in the next, 6 to 9 months, we could formally have an Ethiopian national partner for impact investing with a very clear list of priorities, 1 or 2 priorities. And ideally, in terms of the strategy, we want, the reason why we bring together the ecosystem, because as I said, there's already so much happening in Ethiopia. Maybe it's nothing new per se that we want to do, but we want to come together to be able to identify that one thing, or we are going to ask ourselves, what is the one thing that we can do collectively that maybe we are not able to do in our respective silos or networks where we are already working and really doing a lot to develop this ecosystem. So we are going to be brainstorming and thinking together on what it is that we can do together. So we'll talk a bit about this in detail when we have the workshop in the afternoon for those who will remain. And then I'd like us to now come to, I've talked a bit about the global perspective, but what is GSG Impact doing in Africa? So this is just to explain the situation, which I think we've already talked about in bits and pieces, around what the challenges are in Africa, right? So you talked about SME financing, the challenge with the employment, very youthful population, the financing gap, which is estimated at about 5.2 trillion globally. And the fact that SMEs are often seen as too risky for banks, right? But too big for microfinance institutions as well. So where exactly do they fall? And then we have all these systemic barriers that persist that I'm sure you're aware about. High collateral demands, interest rates, informality, especially for the SME sectors. There's a large number that are yet to be captured, and sometimes we don't even have the correct numbers, right? Limited access to flexible and patient capital, the need for catalytic capital. Few local fund managers. We've talked about, I think there was a mention of 15 VCs in Ethiopia at the moment? Yeah? So the consequence is that SMEs are forced to rely on informal lenders. And I'm sure you're aware about the exploitative rates that the informal lenders give and the kind of conditions that they give, right? And hence, this is where the opportunity is, for example, for the Ethiopian task force, on how are we going to unlock the local capital. For example, and I'll give you some examples of what we are doing in the other countries, from the local pension funds, that just happen to be the largest bucket of local capital in a lot of our African countries. How can we attract catalytic capital? And how can we build and design vehicles that are well designed, that can actually bridge the gap No, it's back. I don't know what, yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm sure you are quite familiar with the content on this slide. So this is what GSG has done in a number of countries in Africa, and actually how and where we have seen the opportunity, right? What we need to do. So of course, we are looking to increase capital flows to SMEs in emerging markets. But we need to have incentives alignment, structuring of the right kind of vehicles, policy advocacy. We can't do this without policy and government on board. Impact transparency innovations as well. And what does that mean for our economies that are heavily dependent on SMEs, for example? We believe or are in the process of building the know-how on how to do this, right? We have the expertise because we've done it in a number of countries around the world already. We support in terms of capacity building and as well as knowledge sharing. You have to talk to others to find out, what their challenges are, why they took certain approaches, right? And then on the right, I just give some examples of what we have done around the world. So we have over 20 countries where we have implemented impact wholesalers and fund-of-fund vehicles, a good number of them in Africa. We have a very deep presence and connectivity through national partners around the world. Over time, we have developed the full spectrum capability and the know-how on how to support you through this process, right from the ideas to how do you execute, how do you advocate with government and other policy institutions, how do you structure these vehicles, how do you fundraise, governance, technical assistance, you name it, right? And then very important for us as well, local capital focus, know-how and access. Someone talked about in the morning the challenge of, and we all know this, international funding, ODA challenges. We have to look within ourselves for solutions to our problems. It's only a matter of time. You've seen what's happening in the West, the outcry and the fact that there are also social challenges within their countries. And the citizens are calling on the governments to also focus and prioritize on their countries. So Africa, it's about time, I think. If we are not yet woken up, now is the time for us to wake up. No one is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. So maybe I'll skip this slide because it talks a bit about, similar what you have talked about, policy advocacy, local market research, how we support, connecting stakeholders, the GSG network, etc. Now I like this slide because this is practical, right? This is what we do on a day-to-day basis. So I talked about the 6 national partners on the African continent, and I just put there some examples of what they are doing. I'm going to highlight just 3 of them because I think they are really interesting. And it's all around financial vehicles, right? So in the case of Ghana has a fund of funds that they call Chigaba. Chigaba is a $75 million fund of funds targeting to raise local capital, especially from the pension fund industry. Now, this conversation that Ghana had with, or the progress of the work that Ghana wants to do with their local pension funds did not start yesterday or last year. This has been a conversation that has been running for about the past 4 or 5 years. Because this conversation around impact investing is all about change of mindset. So pension funds, you'll approach them the first time and they'll tell you, look, our main mandate is, to give interest for our pensioners, Then they will tell you, for example, we are not allowed to invest in alternatives. So what do? Sometimes you have to lobby. You have to lobby government, you have to lobby the concerned institutions. Just very recently, we were in Abuja in Nigeria, and we got to learn that they have just changed the law to allow local pension funds to now invest 10% in alternatives, up from 5%. But that was the result of a lot of lobbying and discussions over the years. Similarly, in Kenya, they are now allowing pension funds to invest up to 10% in alternatives. However, the data shows that they are not doing it. I think they have just about 0.99 something percent, very shy of 1% in alternatives. So the question is, why aren't they doing it? We have very good examples of countries like Netherlands that are doing this very well, and a couple of others. So we are having discussions on how they can do it and how we can support them in this area. The second country I'd like to highlight is Nigeria. Nigeria has a very ambitious project that they call the Wholesale Impact Investing Fund. They are actually targeting to raise $1 billion. The first close is $100 million. They're actually in the process of closing as we speak. And 50% of this money is going to come from the federal government of Nigeria. Again, a conversation that was conceived in 2020, actually 2021, when I had just joined GSG. And they had a dream. They said, in the next 5 years, we want to raise $1 billion for impact investing. We are going to target specific sectors, SDG specific, etc. But they are 5 years down the line, they're actually doing it. Finally, in Zambia, they have a project that they call the Small Business Growth Initiative. This is a $180 million initiative project, financial vehicle that they are running with the Central Bank of Zambia. And it's targeting to finance business or SMEs within the agricultural value chain. So this is just to show you, to give you an idea of what we're actually doing. Piloting, building financial vehicles that we want to prove actually work. And this, we provide the tools, we provide the support, we provide the know-how on how to do it, right? And these are ideas that, I don't know, you're going to have discussions, and of course, Ethiopia is going to chart its own way forward. But these are just some ideas of maybe instruments that, I don't know, we might want to take and maybe adapt a bit or make some changes, and maybe we could see what we can do for Ethiopia. Just ideas, These are just some ideas. And then at the bottom, I've just circled, of course, 3 countries, including Ethiopia, where we are doubling down our efforts on doing this work because we have some funding. But at the bottom, those are the list of countries, task force countries that are hopefully very soon going to join GSG as well. So if you want a bit more detail into how those vehicles are structured, I just put this slide up, but if you want more information, I'm happy to share the same with you. And thank you so much for talking about Kuramo Capital. We are working with them very closely in Nigeria. Kuramo is doing wonderful things on the continent. So it would be very nice to have them support this effort and their work in Ethiopia as well. Hopefully they'll set up here locally as well. I was glad to hear that. Okay. I don't know how we are doing for time, but okay. I'm being told I need to rush a bit, maybe so we can have more time for questions, which I think would be it's more interesting to be interactive. I don't know what happened to this clicker. Oh, here, oops, yeah. Okay. So these are just some of the partners that GSG works with around the world. In Africa, let me see if I can point. We have this group that we call this one, the Africa Impact Investing Group. By the way, the Africa GSG community is the most vibrant, I'm proud to say, across the globe. They are very ambitious, they are fundraising, and they are very happy to hear about this work that is progressing in Ethiopia, and they will be supporting the onboarding of Ethiopia as well. So they're doing a lot of interesting things, so you'll be hearing more about them. Yeah, so maybe I'm going to stop. I put a lot of slides here because I was not sure the level of information around impact investing and related topics. But I just wanted to highlight this piece of work that we are doing, the one I talked about in collaboration with the, where isn't it? Oops. In collaboration with the 3 DFIs. Oh, okay, it's moving on this side. Yeah. Sorry? Oh, okay. Yeah. So maybe you can read this up later, but it's all about the idea about secondary mobilization and how DFIs are currently not doing enough, let me say, around actually mobilizing and what mobilizing capital, specifically for SMEs, and what they need to do with regards to secondary mobilization, which is basically putting in place incentives where the bank now uses its own capital besides what is provided by the DFIs to be able to lend money to the SMEs. So you can read up on this. There's a whole report. There's a link on the slides. Feel free to read up on it. And finally, these are some examples. Kenya Commercial Bank is actually a Kenyan bank. I don't think they are in Ethiopia yet, but they are regional now, probably coming to Ethiopia soon as well. Sahel Capital in Nigeria, Fondo de Fondos is a Mexican, what's it called? Private equity firm. So, in the interest of time, I think this you can read for yourselves as well. I just wanted to touch very briefly around the topic of impact measurement and management. Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted to give you a definition on what it is, but most likely you could be a bit familiar with what it is about. Someone actually mentioned earlier, something along the lines of you can't manage what you measure, right? So you have to measure. Impact goes hand in hand with measuring. You have to measure your impact, right? So I put a slide here on the definition. You can have a look at it. And then I think I put a bit of information on impact transparencies as well. And where we are with the impact standards, because I think it's also another very important discussion. It's certainly coming to Africa. Currently, we are at the point where disclosure is voluntary, but very soon it's going to be mandatory. So if you'll allow me, I'll stop there in the interest of time. I think my time is better spent with us in interactive discussions. Yeah. So I welcome your questions. Perhaps the MC, you can assist with circulating the mic around the room in case there are any questions as I show the final slides. Yeah.
So anyone with questions, maybe comments? Say 2-3 people max, because we're doing quite bad for time. Anyone? They may also be able to raise the questions, kind of
course,
tying it to the panel, right?
Of course.
If not now?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone? Okay, in that case, we're good to go. Okay, then you can wrap it up.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope we'll have a chance to chat later on, and also during the afternoon session. Looking forward to meeting everyone in person. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, Teno. We're going to go straight to the panel discussion now. Yeah, you could remove it. Sorry, man. The panel discussion is going to be moderated by Nasreen Adam, again, a managing partner at ACE Advisors. And I would like for Nasreen to take her sit up on the stage. And then I'll quickly invite our panel. And then maybe the panel would, each member of the panel would be introducing themselves, or she has their bios, not sure. So, the panel is going to be, yeah, you could, yes. Is with one, Ashanafi Alamu, co-founder and managing partner at Zoskalis Partners. Ashanafi, could please make your way up here. You guys welcome him with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Then we have Favens Aye, founder and CEO of Chaka Origins. Then we have Nabiyu Yirga, General Manager, Ethiopian Association of Startup Ecosystem, is. Also the gentleman who crafted the first Amharic letters for our mobile phones. I never get tired of saying this. I know this like 20 years ago. And then Hayat Abdul Malik, Chief Impact Officer at Kafiya Financial Technologies. And finally, Lulade Brahanu, advisor at the Ministry of Trade and Regional Integration.
And then I'll now turn it over to my moderator.
Good morning again, everyone. Is someone? Yes, perfect. So, as my dearest Taya has said, I think I want to do a simple two-line of what I know of everyone, and then they can add to how amazing they are. It's like, it's like they can butter themselves up. So Ashanafi here is the co-founder and managing partner of the Scholars Partners, and also a member of the investment committee. He has over a decade of experience in management consulting, infrastructure investments, and economic policy, both in East Africa and Europe. As I said, you'll add on to that. Yeah, perfect. Okay, I have here with us Fivan Sahaye, amazing founder. Yes, I'm saying amazing founder and CEO of Chaka Origins, one of my fellow female entrepreneurs, who's building a sustainable supply chain through agroforestry systems, the first one of its kind in Ethiopia, by partnering with smallholder farmers, particularly women across Eastern Afro, maintain biodiversity hotspot is what it says. She is one of the very few women who I truly look up to, who's been there in the trenches with me, bleeding literally on the ground, trying to build up our company. And then Hat Abdul Malik, my colleague, partner in crime sometimes, who has worked with governments, investors, and development institutions to design systems that is working to opportunities, deliver lasting impact. She has led several large-scale initiatives in humanitarian health and industrial workforce. She is currently Kafiya's Chief Impact Officer and also the head of the Market Solutions Practice. And then I have with me Nebiyu Yurga, an accomplished innovation manager, ecosystem builder. I think every startup in this room knows who he is. He is our problem solver, our therapist, legal advisor when we need him, who is now running the Ethiopian Association of Startup Ecosystem EASE since 2022. Last but definitely not least, Lula Dai, an accomplished policy advisor. She has been working on trade law and policy. She is currently a senior advisor to the Ministry of Trade and Regional Integration, Her Excellency, Mrs. Yasmin. With over 10 years of professional experience, she has been actively engaged in Ethiopia's WTO negotiations and also in facilitating the AFC FTA conversations. Please, a round of applause. I feel in awe. Okay, so let me start with Atwa Shanafi. From your experience, what investment appetite do you see among institutional and private investors for Ethiopian SMEs as you have been in this trench in terms of raising capital? He's done with the money, so you guys can talk him afterwards, yeah? All yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for GSG, JICA, and ACE advisors for organizing this. The only thing I would add about my resume is that unfortunately it's almost 20 years now that I've been working, so not that young anymore, but over a decade sounds good. I think there's been some shift in overall in what you call institutional private investors. I think that's what the question is about. So these are potentially development finance institutions. Private investors would include anybody from a pension fund to a sovereign wealth fund to anything else. As far as I know, there's only been DFIs that have invested in Africa in general, but also in Ethiopia in particular, out of those. And from particularly driven by some companies like ours, there's been some family offices that have also invested in Ethiopia. I think 5-6 years ago, it was what the economists 12-13 years ago said about Africa rising. That's what motivated many to invest in Africa. So it was a macro story. Africa is rising, it's got a big population, and people are moving into the cities, therefore we need to come and invest in SMEs. That was the main idea that drove people to invest. I think today it's changed a bit because Africa's performed look at the last 5 years, I was doing some research before I came here. I've only seen investors, commercial investors, investing in big, very, very big investments, such as what we just heard about the fertilizer. The largest cement factory in Africa is built in Ethiopia. We've heard about the government investing in the dam and so on, but there has not been significant mobilization of capital from institutional investors into Ethiopia the last 5 years. The exceptions would be the IFC, which is invested in malt, has invested in a couple of other things. And I think the increasing number one target seems to be today financial institutions because of the opening up of the market. So for example, I think just recently the IFC invested in a microfinance institution called Vision Ethiopia or something like that. So this is where I think the trend has been the last years. I don't know about the future, but we can talk about that maybe when you raise another question.
I think before I move on to Faven, I want to add one question to what you're saying. So you have just said, you know, in terms of barriers, there aren't many investors when you talk about private capital that's flowing into Ethiopia, especially into impact. Why would that be? Like, what are the reasons that you think?
I'm not sure if you hear me. It's working? Okay. I don't have the data around whether Ethiopia is lagging behind the rest of Africa. If that is the case, then being such a big country and huge potential, then I think we have to be honest, the last 5-6 years have not been the most stable in terms of political stability and security and so on. That might be what pushes people away, because at the end of the day, even impact investors would like their money back. It's not charity, right? So, and if you want to have money back, then you would like to have some sort of stability. That could be the reason. Hopefully that is changing. The macro challenges have been very difficult in terms of currency depreciation and other things. So all of these are kind of risks people see, right? Whether they're perceived or real, but at least that's a risk they see. And then, yeah, we got to do something about those macro challenges, and a lot of institutional investors also would like to have an ecosystem of fund managers and professional investors that are active. There is a few of us, but not enough, and those who are around like us, we're still learning, so we've got a long way to go. So if we de-risk the macro stability and also up our game a little bit in terms of investment management, meaning having more professionals, having more world-class governance around investing, then we should be able to attract. Yeah, I think I'm hopeful now with the liberalization of at least the currency. If you talk to anyone that's coming to Ethiopia by passing through Bole Airport and talking about investments, the number one question is currency. The unfortunate thing is that almost every African country has currency issues. The Ethiopian one has been exaggerated because of policy, but in fact, there's no free-floating currency in Africa, even today. And we could have done this a long time ago and not make it a big deal, because even out of Kenya, you cannot take $10 million like this. So it's not a very unique issue for Ethiopia, but that has been really a profound discussion in the investment space, but hopefully that is changing.
Right, thank you. So I think the supply side is clear, at least in terms of understanding the why it's not coming, what the challenges are. I think Faven, from an entrepreneur's perspective, as I said, has built one of Ethiopia's first supplier of biodiverse specialty natural products. Can you tell us, from your perspective, what are your biggest financing gaps when you are busy bleeding in trying to make this company?
Sure. So maybe just to give a bit of context, a lot of the work that we do is building sustainable supply chains for natural products, so cosmetic oils, herbal teas, and food ingredient spices. So I think by default of being an agribusiness, on average it takes 5 to 8 years to get to break even. And then you add another layer of wanting to track impact, whether it's social impact through the engagement of farmers, women specifically, youth, and you kind of layer it on. So that adds more complexity and also a higher cost. And then you look at an additional layer, which is ecological impact. And so for us, that's been a big part of our business model. So we source primarily from agroforestry areas, so places like Shaka, Kafa, that are really incredible in terms of the impact on climate, but also on the communities and livelihoods there. So all to say that it's a very, very long and treacherous journey for the most part. So there's very few entrepreneurs, especially in Ethiopia, that I've come across who are able to operate under similar conditions, because it really does require, I think, a different level of appetite for risk, which apparently I have. And also a lot of other entrepreneurs in the room have. And so I think when it comes to financing, it's both thinking about capital that's patient, that would also allow for a bit of traction and scale before you can really go to the likes of Zoskales, because the ticket sizes are not there yet. So for us, it's initially having to rely a lot on grant funding, and there's a lot of people in the room that have provided us with some of those opportunities in order to de-risk at least the supply chain investments that we have to make. So to build a smallholder inclusive model, it really requires things like maybe setting up a group of farmers, training them on quality, getting certifications, and these are all things that cost, that funders are willing to pay for potentially, at least on the grant side from the donor community. But then there's not a lot of appetite for then investing into other parts of the business that really require your day-to-day operations, particularly on sales and marketing. And we look a lot at opportunities, and we see more potential to grow our export business. And so for that type of overhead, there's no way that a donor would be willing to cover these costs. And so a lot of times what I think is missing is a little bit of that middle between, let's say, 200,000 up to 1 million. We don't have that, as far as I'm aware, within Ethiopia. And so it really requires either going outside of the country and making a case for either regional or global kind of market opportunities to attract those types of opportunities. So there's a bit of a miss in terms of both the opportunities within impact investing more broadly, but then particularly for agroforestry businesses.
So you kind of mentioned the challenges that you're having. Can you add, aside from, yes, access to finance is an issue, but as you said, for you to go to those colors, the ticket size is bigger. But is that the only obstacle that you have when it comes to trying to operate? And what challenges do you see trying to make your company be investment ready?
So I guess if I'm looking at it from my current kind of day-to-day challenge, one part of it is definitely being able to attract and retain management level staff. And so it's most of my team, I've been very fortunate, have grown with me as part of the business around production and operations. But I think to have like-minded peers that are able to commit to that type of work has definitely been a bit of a challenge. And then I think outside of that, there's a lot of regulatory barriers that create inefficiencies that still need to be addressed. And so as an example, when we're having to export, there's an additional requirement now through an institute that now adds a 9th type of documentation that we need to provide for each round of exports. And this is in addition to certification standards and 3 to 5 other documents that we have to provide. And that's a level of inefficiency that's actually very discouraging for exporters. I think we talk a lot about the desire to attract Forex and to bring in more opportunities for the country to be able to export. But a lot of the regulatory hurdles and then the cross-ministerial kind of processes are not streamlined. And so it's very difficult outside of commodities. So I'm not talking about commodities, but for other products outside of that space, to really be able to navigate all of this within a manner that's both time and cost efficient.
Maybe you're up next. So like Yasfa Raut now, like you're up next. So I think as a market enabler, you have been doing this for a while now. I think you've also been quite instrumental in terms of pushing through some of the policy reforms, like the startup proclamation, and ensuring that it also gets approved, which has given startups legal recognition and some of the support that we were just mentioning about having, right? So how do you see the role of your association as well as others and any ecosystem actor really in shaping a more coordinated impact investment landscape?
Thank you. Just to introduce the association. I think it's a different mic. So my name is Nabiyu. I'm the general manager of the Ethiopian Association of Startup Ecosystem. It's been 3.5 years since we've been up and running. The toughest part in the whole ecosystem was basically understanding what's a startup. Without that definition, I think we cannot move forward. So with the proclamation, at least there is one definition that we can actually work on. Whether it works or not, we'll see it when eventually we get to work. Our major role is, the whole point of that we created this association is to have a holistic approach of how do we eventually govern this whole ecosystem. For the government, the toughest part was every government institution works in a silo. Now everybody has to get out of that silo and eventually work together. With that, that created a huge lot of problems for us, even to exist and also get even accreditation in terms of who are you, why are you doing this, and stuff like that. So now so many government institutions have to work together. The private part also has to work together. But then the private sector has known and understood how to work together. Let's say with support organizations, they have to work with investors, they have to work with mentors, coaches, trainers, and everything. That's already something, a working environment. But then there is a huge divide because our support mechanisms has always been some kind of business ideas that we get from outside or some ideas that come outside. It will take a while for it to actually work in this environment. So now adapting to this ecosystem is also one huge task that we have to figure out. Everybody has to come and discuss about. So now, since our inception, we've been supported by GSG. GSG is supporting us in running the whole association, but also in doing research as well. We're also building a platform so that we can bring clarity to the whole ecosystem. Clarity in a sense, what are startups, which startups are there, what kind of business model, what kind of stage they're in. Even in terms of support, we need to understand also what kind of support can any startup can get out of the ecosystem. Or we're trying also, at the same time, we're also trying to list investors so that we can understand what kind of ticket size can the startups get as well, who can invest on them, who can actually see them, even have a deal with them as well. So our role is basically building this whole ecosystem and creating synergy between all the stakeholders and the players. We are advocating for the startups because we might work for 100 startups, but then that one startup can actually replace everybody that we've supported on, and we can actually get more money out of it. That support actually, in terms of impact, it might look very tough. Then again, that's, if you even go to any ecosystem, that's how tough it is. It's mostly 5 to 10% that the outcome might actually look like. Everybody might get support, but then that support might not look like. The startups might die at the end, they might pivot, they might change their business models, and the support might look very different, but ultimately that's how the game is in every ecosystem. So we're advocating for the startups. We want also the Ethiopian ecosystem to be presented in the world. We've had recent one huge, very good story that joined the Y Combinator. That's two young guys, 22 and 21. They built one platform that does authentication. So it's a huge, huge news for us, and also it's an outlier. We haven't supported them. Our support that we did was, they didn't get a visa. American embassy didn't understand what a startup is, and nobody cares about what a startup is for the embassy. But then we had to rally together, write a letter to the ambassador, and do whatever we have to do to get them go across the, go to San Francisco, join the Y Combinator. Our role is to represent them, but then the sad part, they're startups in America, not in Ethiopia. All the money that they make will go to America. All the tax will be paid over there. We don't get anything out of it. The whole ecosystem doesn't get anything out of it. But then regardless, we have to continue.
Guys, that's an ouch reality. Everything's going to the US. Huh? We have to reconsider our discussions with Trump on this. Okay. So you kind of mentioned some of the challenges, right? But like, what are the biggest bottlenecks? I mean, give me 3 top ones. That has been an issue for you in terms of linking the startups with the investors.
It goes both ways. For the startups, what does it mean to get an investor and to have them on your board? For them to take an equity is also a huge challenge, because there has to be you have to have the mental space that somebody's going to come work with you, give you orders, take orders and stuff like that. For investors as well, I think the toughest part has been building trust. Who do I invest on? What kind of metrics do I need to build so that I can invest in you? How do I trust you? How do I negotiate with you? That's the tough part. It's not something you cannot go and learn or find a book out of it. That's a bit tough. That makes it a bit tough, because I've seen some investors taking 49%, 50%, which really doesn't make sense, considering startups. With both cases, I think that's the tougher part, because it's one of the things that we're trying to do is so that they can learn from early on that, okay, you guys need an investor, they will be on your board, they will make decisions again with you or against you and stuff like that. So that has to be started from early on. But then everybody looks for investment when they are so way in their business. They don't have that mental space for it. That's the toughest part.
Okay. So I think ecosystem enablers can only go so far, right? Without a very strong financial intermediary. Hayat, you can see where I'm coming with this. Yes, she's up next. As I said, Chief Impact Officer for Kafia, Head of Market Solutions. Kafia Financial Technology is one of the largest, most successful, outcome-based impact firm that we have to date, seeing doing a lot of amazing work when it comes to technology, breaching that between financial institutions and demand of capital. So maybe can you tell me a bit more about how technology and financial innovation has been closing that gap between investors and enterprises?
Thank you, Nasreen, and thank you for the organizers of this interesting event for inviting me to this panel of wonderful speakers. I think for me, to put it simply, technology is the bridge between converting fragmented data and activity of business into investable opportunities, to put it very simply. Kafia does this in 3 ways. It sort of tries to play its part as an ecosystem enabler, as an intermediary, using technology in 3 ways. The first is to really unlock local capital. I think fundamentally we believe there is a lot of capital in the country, and we've heard before from various speakers of both the examples of in Bangladesh where this has happened, but also a realization that actually local capital needs to come in more firmly into the picture. So we've been working in this space for quite some time. What we do with that is basically reduce transaction costs for the supply side and provide credit visibility for both sides, on the demand side and on the supply side. We use alternative credit scoring to be able to score MSMEs. So we work on the micro side as well as SMEs. And we provide the banking sector and our partners there with the ability to be able to score the MSMEs that they are providing working capital to, but also the ability to manage the loan end to end. What this does really at an ecosystem level is it provides the banks with an ability to unlock capital at scale to a group that we believe has been underserved. Not because the sector doesn't want to, but because they haven't had the tools to be able to do that at a way that makes it cost efficient. Capital wants return, and we think technology can provide both that visibility as well as the cost of capital becoming less because of the use of technology. I think that's the one thing. Kafia sees itself as an ecosystem enabler in Ethiopia, and we are now also looking at beyond our borders. And the reason we see ourselves as an ecosystem enabler is because we're not working with just one bank. What we're doing is providing this technology that I've just described to multiple banks within the ecosystem. We now have 6 partner banks, and we work with them to develop the right product to the right relevant borrower. And this includes sort of from an inclusion perspective, all the way from Islamic finance to agri-financing, agri-MSME financing, and even micro informal financing, which really, if you look at kind of the data, 5.5 million self-employed people across Ethiopia, 2 million formal enterprises. So jointly, this has really been an underserved group. The third thing that we do, and what we are now hoping to scale up, is we are bringing technology into how we can work with impact capital, DFIs, impact funders that are interested in providing blended financing to the local financial institutions, as well as de-risking capabilities so that we can continue to encourage local capital to move into new arenas. What we do is really, we do this management of the sort of liquidity injections, as well as the blended finance management, as well as the de-risking capabilities. We do it technologically end-to-end. What that gives it gives assurance to the impact funders that they're able to actually track what's happening with their money, both at the product and at the portfolio level. So this investment, these sort of 3 layers of investment, we feel is what's going to unlock capital at scale. We've had significant impact, but we're still working to go up the ladder. I know you're going to ask me, so I'm going to address the question before you ask me. In the last few years, we've really been focusing on micro. And we've been doing that at scale purposefully because we believe that's where we can actually get the most impact. They are the backbone of the economy in certain ways. But over the last year, we've been looking at and developing products to move up that value chain towards small and medium enterprises. I think if I can throw some numbers out there, my team will not be happy if I don't share. I think on the micro side, we've reached almost 500,000 enterprises. On the small side, we're about just over 2,500, and on the medium enterprising, 718 exactly. So this is either sort of working capital sort of loans or input financing. We do not do capital investment at this stage, but these are all what we feel, once you build the rails, you can actually build additional products on those rails to reach the team, the group that requires it. One of the interesting deals we're in the process of closing at the moment actually is an agri-MSME that you introduced me to, who is led by a woman aggregator who we've been working with over the last few months to bring financing actually to the smallholder farmers that she purchases from. So we're looking at ticket sizes of 500,000 birr, which may be small in a forum like this, but actually can unlock, because we're working with 50 of her farmers, can unlock significant capital where it's needed. And that's just some examples of the sort of what we do.
She beat me to the second question, so I'm going to ask her a third one. You can't avoid my question, Saad. So, like, you kind of touched on it earlier on. Like, can you give me a bit of more examples on how digital platforms or your fintech solutions are enabling more inclusive financing? You said, Islamic banking, agri, you kind of like hitting on it, micro. Can you perhaps a bit elaborate? Because I do believe there are a few SMEs here who are probably going to stalk you afterwards, so get ready.
Yeah, I mean, I think essentially what we do, just to sort of really bring it down to the granular level, is whether you're a smallholder farmer or micro business or an SME, you will have an ability to alternatively credit score you in a way that makes you bankable, where banks have previously shied away from that credit scoring. So we've built an ecosystem that enables the bank to actually take that chance based on the credit scoring that we do of that enterprise and the digital rails or the end-to-end loan management system that we roll out to them. And as long as, what we believe is, as long as that we have the right product to the right borrower, then actually the risk is quite low. And that's what we're seeing, that MSMEs pay back, smallholder farmers pay back, And the banks that we have in our ecosystem are now saying, actually, this is a bankable class. And we may not have all of the solutions to everyone today, but what we have, I think, is what we've built is an ecosystem that allows us now to leverage and grow the capital availability in a much more scalable way than what we have done. So I was speaking to the inspirational speaker from Social Enterprise Ethiopia earlier and saying we should actually get SMEs to come speak to us. We may not have the solution immediately, but we've built the ecosystem that can allow us to actually respond to the demand as long as we're designing the product that is de-risks in a certain way for the capital providers, but also reduces the cost of credit to the actual borrower.
As I had said, we have to start somewhere, right? You know, after like 12 years ago, I feel so old right now. I used to work for Kafia, and back then, the CEO, Munir, I remember, I think also had does, the many frustrating back and forth conversations that we did with government. None of this works in isolation. Government sets the tone, policy, regulation, creating that environment. If government is not with you, it's going to be one headache. So, Luladai, brilliant advisor, as I said, to the Ministry of Trade and Regional Integration. From the ministry's perspective, how do you think impact investment can be better aligned with our trade, industrialization, and SME strategies?
Thank you. Sorry. So let me start off by saying the government is with you. From the perspective of the Ministry of Trade and Regional Integration, impact investment can be better leveraged when we utilize the same to align it with the priority areas identified by the government in different industrial policy instruments and trade strategies. To mention as an example, I can talk about the National Trade Policy, which is the first of its kind, as well as the very recently validated AFCFTA implementation strategy. So there are value chains that have been identified in these instruments, and targeting investment towards the sectors helps ensure that we upgrade our industries and also integrate along the value chain both regionally and globally. Another mechanism through which impact investment can be leveraged, again, to support our national trade and industrial priorities is by using it to address structural barriers. I would be preaching to the choir to talk about the many challenges MSMEs face in meeting standard and certification requirements, in accessing logistical infrastructure that will enable them to integrate in the regional market and global markets. So targeting investment to these areas and making them more bankable and attractive will help us ensure that we could kill two birds with one stone. The third is, again, financing and enabling the SMEs to grow through making these financing infrastructure available for them. So through aligning the impact investment areas to priority areas that we've identified and ensuring that we address these structural bottlenecks, we can ensure that impact investment can be better leveraged.
Okay, so you kind of mentioned, right, alignment of priorities, and SMEs are at the core of Motri's mandate. You're like, I know. How can impact investors and partners work together, but with the ministry at the center of it, trying to strengthen SMEs? I admit Ethiopia's SMEs are the missing middle. Hayat gave us good figures, right? Kafia, that one of the largest. Their starting point and focus so far has been micro. Yes, they have SMEs figure, and yes, they have small and medium, but SMEs are the forgotten missing middle. What is Motri trying to do in terms of formalizing and seeing how it can also participate in these conversations?
Okay, so I'll borrow from your last words, right? When we talk about MSMEs, usually in platforms such as this, we're thinking of startups, we're thinking of the more established MSMEs. But our biggest challenge as a ministry is formalizing MSMEs and getting them from informal to formal. And impact investment and work in and around this should be targeted towards understanding what it is in the market structure that disincentivizes entry into the formal market. Is it access to capital? Is it access to training? Is it the fact that the informal market actually provides better incentive structures than the formal does? So understanding this and then supporting and addressing these issues will go a long way in formalizing the MSMEs and having them participate in the formal sector as opposed to the informal sector, which is predominantly why they end up being the missing middle. I feel like you have a follow-up question.
I want to answer on behalf of SMEs.
Okay.
Why do they not want to be into the formal sector? Because of the repetitive, mundane, unpractical regulatory frameworks that are in place. I myself, I admit it, it gives me a headache every time I think about it, but then, as Ashanafi said, there has to be in place a set of good governance structure. You know, your finances, your human resource, your decision-making capabilities. I get that, but you know, both from as a you know capital supplier, why they're asking that, but also from a policy, from a regulatory perspective, it is just unsurmountable. It's crazy. It's crazy what you're asking us to do. I'm saying I'm happy to be part of that conversation. Like yes, we, and so maybe most we can also be part of that solution to say how can we simplify the process of having SMEs from informal to formal. Faven said it earlier, to export a container of products, what, you require a 100-page manual? It's ridiculous, you can't even go through it, right? So like how can you demystify that where it becomes easier for us to actually want to be part of that formal sector?
Okay, so, wow, I feel attacked.
Guys,
okay.
there's a Q&A session where you can ask them every question you want to ask, trust me.
Okay, so I think I do acknowledge the challenge that SMEs face, actually all private sector faces. And I do understand that there are duplicative requirements, there are burdensome requirements. There is a balance between what we are trying to do and where we are as a country. As a developing economy, our regulatory oversight is not so strong where we could afford to streamline some of these processes. But as part of, for example, the WTO accession and the requirements therein, we are working to streamline as many of these requirements and ensure that processes are digitized. We were actually talking about this earlier on. The Ministry of Trade, the licensing is now can be undertaken online, so efforts are underway. But though I do understand the frustration, it sometimes does not take into account where we are as a nation, the constraints that the private sector faces in terms of finance, in terms of capacity, is double when you come to the public sector. So there is a recognition of the challenge. We are trying to engage in consultative processes that takes into account the ideas and frustrations of the private sector. But this is also one thing that the impact investment and donors could support on. So there are efforts underway. So that is one way through which SMEs can be better supported. The second is helping them meet the standardization requirements of different buyers. This is also an area where, without it being a donor-led or program-focused intervention, it could be an entry point for impact investors, providing accessible standards, packaging materials, logistics. So these are some of the ways in which we can support SMEs integrate better.
Okay. I mean, I have a lot of questions for them, but I feel like I'm going to throw them to the wolves. Guys, get ready. So this is the rule. There's going to be a mic. You're allowed to ask questions. Your name, where you're from, who the question is for. One question per person. I'm a bully, so I'll take the mic from you. One question per person. And tell us who it's for. You guys take notes of the questions.
Do you want to give them numbers so we can take numbers?
One over here. You guys have no questions? This is your chance. He has the money. She's the demand. He's the enabler. Hayat is coming with the technology. And then you have Loda. She's the government. You can stress her.
All right, my name is Collins Otu from ECA. I work with the Innovative Financing and Capital Market Unit. My question is to the lady who works with Kifia. I think they are doing a very good work at the place, and then on providing alternative credit scoring for SMEs. I just want to know where blended finance comes in, and then what kind of catalytic funds are you using to blend the funds? And then the second question is also going to the same person. Okay.
He's taking advantage. Do you guys have no questions? Then he can do question number 2 if I don't see any hands. Okay, there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salam Wandam. I'm the founder and CEO of Gomida Solutions. We are a gaming company. So my question is to any of you, actually. But I believe that match funding is one of the investment that we can have, and that it really encourages investors to invest. So are any of you considering or approaching this way of investment of match funding when investors invest on startups or entrepreneurs and whatnot? Thank you.
Over there, and then there's another one over there. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brooke. So my question is, when you talk about impact entrepreneurship and also impact investment, I think it has a lot to do with responsible entrepreneurs. We need to have as many as possible, and where and who should invest in cultivating responsible entrepreneurship and responsible entrepreneurs is my question. Thank you.
Your question is for Ashanafi, Fevan, Nabiyu, Hayat.
Everybody should answer this with my perspective.
I was going to dump it on Nabiyu's lap, but okay. I think Kaddus over there has a question. Kaddus over there. Yeah. This side is quiet. You guys, if this had been like a game, you'd be losing. Okay, there you go. There's another one.
And we're winning. So my name is Kaddus Yared. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Hasab AI, a local AI company that focus on speech. So my question is for Oscar's partners, Atasha Nafi. So I think the ticket size is a bit bigger for your investments, but are there any maybe directions that you see in investing on local startups? I know your focus areas are, correct me if I'm wrong, but in healthcare, FMCG, and agri. So are there any interests maybe in the future in tech? That's my question. Also, maybe from I'm sorry, my question would be, are there also things that you're, for startups specifically, are there any considerations, especially from the international investors, that from the government side, that you recommend?
You guys are taking notes, right? I'm not summarizing. Okay, this side. Oh, great. We have 2 over there. Or 3.
So which one first?
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
You guys don't like being losers, huh? Good.
Afternoon, everyone. This is Niftalim Biniam from Addis Ababa Angels Network. So my question is for Ms. Luladai. So I believe when implementing all these things, the government has to be nimble and experiment with a lot of things. And do you think the government is nimble? And also, what are the measures that you're taking to make sure that you experiment along with your stakeholders and partners to grow with them, and then make sure you deliver on your promises? Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Emmanuel. I'm the founder of 300 ppm, a climate investment platform, and I have a question for Ashenafi. You've clearly built an impressive investment platform. Looking forward, what do you see as key enablers to allow Zoskales to expand its impact in Ethiopia? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My contribution is more of a comment and a question. So it's directed to the founder CEO of Chaka Origins. So you mentioned earlier about retaining, attracting management level employees. I just want to ask you, have you considered equity-based compensation packages, or are these things that are feasible within the kind of environment that you operate to attract management level employees that could stay with the organization in the long term to help you, achieve your objectives? Thank you.
Are we taking more?
Yeah, I think we should be fine for now.
Let's be aware of time, though.
Yes.
We're delayed for lunch.
I want to add one question to Favan before I hand over. Think of me as the audience.
So maybe we'll come back for another round. If time allows it, we'll come back for another round.
Yes, we will.
Okay, let's respond to those then.
As a woman-owned enterprise, I myself, same as you, right? And I always, I think everyone knows this by now, if I see something, if I believe in it, I'm basically like a bulldog with a bone. So what would that thing or two things it might be for you that you think for us to be more represented in the impact system? What is that thing that needs to be done that's so frustrating for us and no one is listening? I'm going to push on your behalf. So we go that way.
So there was one question from a gentleman over there about AI investing. Yes, you're right. We don't do technology investing. That's just a choice we made a long time ago. Investing is, in a way, very personal as well, right? So if you are the founder of a company and you don't understand a certain sector, then you kind of shy away from it. So there is technology is not something I know very well, and so we haven't done that. But there's also some the type of risk we take is also different. With the exception of maybe one company, all of the companies we invested in are already profit-making businesses that are very de-risked from that perspective. So for that reason, we don't do technology. And I'm almost 50 now, and I have to start being a bit honest at this kind of panels, because otherwise there's a waste of time for me being here. I think being a technology in company and being successful starting from Ethiopia is a real hard job. Why? Because a lot of the know-how, a lot of the money is going to very, very concentrated places in the world, like Silicon Valley or China now. So it's a very, very brave thing that you're doing. I don't know what you're doing, but if it is something very localized, I used to tell some of my IT friends 20 years ago that they should focus on, for example, having a Equb digitalized, right? So I think somebody did it a few years ago. So I hope what you're doing has something very specific that no other foreign or Chinese guy can understand, because that's where your niche is. I think that's very important. If you create something like that, I'm sure somebody will invest in it if it's not us. Then I'll just voluntarily also take one of the questions. I actually planted the last question from Emmanuel. He asked me, what do you want me to ask? And I told him, please ask something that makes me look really good. And he actually took it literally. And so anyways, but the last part of his question is important. What is it gonna take for us to expand and to grow? I'll link it to another gentleman at the back who spoke about responsible investing. impact investing, in my definition of impact investing, is that it's purpose. So what is underlying that jargon of impact is purpose. Just like somebody would choose to invest or would, because of value, would not invest in weapons manufacturing, right? Because it makes money, but you don't want to invest in it because you've got values that don't align with that kind of thing. So impact investing is, for me, the beginning is purpose. So you got to have purpose why you are doing impact investing. And that purpose may be very, very different from person to person. Some people have got to, like GSG, have gotten together and make a definition for it, or the GIN, or the Rockefeller Foundation, or whoever it is. But at the end of the day, it's positive, creating positive impact on the lives of as many people as possible in a sustainable way. That's the definition. And if you are starting out with that, you're already responsible in my view. But if you didn't start from that, then you're definitely not an impact investor. I don't think any regulation or any guideline or sets of rules could ever make you an impact investor, because that's just not who you are. So I think it starts with the person that is trying to do the impact investing. They gotta ask themselves why they're doing what they're doing, and then if you repeatedly have a resounding, positive reason why you're doing this, and it's important for society and the environment, then you should continue doing it. So I think it's more self-reflection that I think is required, more than rules and regulations to make people responsible investors. I think that was, I don't actually know what match funding is. If I did, I would have answered that question, but I actually don't know what that is, so I would have to pass it on to someone.
Okay, so I had a question around equity-based incentives. So it is something that I have considered. I think some of the ways in which you can really execute on that within the frameworks of Ethiopia are not as straightforward, but it is definitely possible. The limitation has just been like not finding that person. So if you or someone you know is interested, please reach out. There's also a question around what it means to be represented within these spaces where there's very few of us, both in terms of sector, but also in terms of gender. And I think it comes down to being better storytellers. I think we have a lot of, there's a lot of experience, there's a lot of knowledge and a lot of wealth in that. And I think there's not enough spaces and opportunities where we really are putting people at the forefront to share their stories and to even be on stages such as this. So I am fortunate that I'm here with you all and able to share a little bit about the journey of building this business. I would say that for entrepreneurs or those who are inspiring, and we've also seen some transitions from folks and donor agencies and others who've taken that leap of faith to cross over. So there is a growing community of like-minded people who are really ready to support in whatever way. And so I think that's been the most encouraging and a big part of also having made it through all of these years is friends like Nasreen, Melat, and others in the room. And so, yeah, I consider myself very grateful for that.
I don't have a question. I have no idea. But then I can answer Brooke's question. Maybe Spokik is my boss. As an enabler, we're building a platform. The platform is supposed to bring clarity to the whole ecosystem, just like what Kafia does with credit scoring. We want to bring clarity to the whole ecosystem to understand who is what, who's doing what, in what sector, in what form, so that the rest of the support or investment can actually be clearly streamlined. Let's say with the support organizations, there is a duplicate of effort that's happening everywhere. But then anybody who wants to support needs to understand how many support or what kind of support has been given to a startup, so that they can actually know where to start or where to continue. We've seen different programs happening again and again. the same startups are joining and hopping from one program to another. It's not their fault, it's a lack of funding, I understand. It's not, nobody's at fault here, but then somebody has to bring clarity so that at least, instead of trying to work with 300 people, at least we can clearly support 3 or maybe 30 and have a focused kind of work so that we understand where we can find a niche and bring support. So maybe, Brooke, to your question, I think maybe the platforms that we build can actually bring clarity so that we know the impact investors can invest in the things that, or the startups that they want, so that even the impact can also actually align in whatever form that they assume. To your question, Salam, I think the match funding concept, it needs clarity, but also, it's maybe to reframe the question, it's all about trust. So you need a local investor so that somebody from outside can actually invest in you. That might be one of the ways. But then to bring that, there has to be a local investor that trusts you and invest in you. That is also something that I know in the long term that we have to do, so that somebody can actually trust you, invest in you, so that somebody from outside can actually do the same thing. But then again, we still don't have a clarified policy. We don't know how it works. We don't know what it would actually look like on the ground. And once we have clarity on the things that we need to do, I think bringing that clarity will actually be easier, because I constantly have conversations with a lot of VCs. They want to understand what the ecosystem looks like. But then again, one of the other ways to find trust is if somebody invests in you, it's a very good clarity. What I say doesn't really matter. But then if somebody has trusted you and invested in you, it's a very good clarity. So that's probably the highest ranking in trying to talk to somebody or invest in somebody. Maybe we can see it from that direction. Thank you.
Let me start with the gentleman from the ECA. Thank you very much for that question. Allows me to elaborate a little bit more of what we do. I think, so Kafia works both on the supply side and the demand side. On the demand side, what we do is we make the MSMEs findable, scoreable. We use alternative data to do that, and we've invested in over 10 years of amassing alternative data across many fields in Ethiopia, reaching to almost 1 billion data sets at the moment. On the supply side, what we do is we work with banks, local financiers, who have an interest in working with these new segments. But we also look at the systemic constraints that the banks have. And in our assessment, a few of those systemic constraints is really just the nature and availability of liquidity in the country, particularly foreign exchange liquidity. And also the ability to have a de-risking mechanism when we're asking banks who have traditionally only lent to large collateral-based loans to large businesses, and we're asking them to move to uncollateralized digital lending to MSMEs at scale. So this shift kind of requires some de-risking, and it requires discussions with social impact funders who are able to do that de-risking. We're fortunate enough 2 years ago to expand our partnerships from 1 bank to 6 banks, because we signed, we were able to bring on MasterCard Foundation, who was able to provide this initial liquidity in a blended finance format to the banks. The initial investment from the MasterCard Foundation is actually returnable, but the banks have to match that funding, and that's why it's blended finance. And there is built within that facility a de-risking capability as we encourage the banks to move to new products and sectors. And Kafia manages all of this from technologically, and it provides the trust from the capital side to be able to look at what's happening at a product level and at a portfolio level by bank. And it also provides actually for the banks another thing that we've been working on, and is an ability to actually look at their portfolio and manage it from an early warning system. So you're not just scoring the MSME, but you're able to now start scoring portfolio movements and being able to forecast and being able to make decisions that enable, again, that trust is that the capital has to be returned. Unfortunately, I think in Ethiopia, we've had many decades of interventions that do not expect investments to be returned. whether it's because it's an NGO that's provided it or maybe it's the government that's providing it. So what we're trying to do is teach both sides, the demand side and the supply side clearly aware of this, that this is returnable capital. It's working capital, whether it's 10,000 birr, 500,000 birr, MSMEs have to return that, and that then allows them to build their credit score. So that's kind of the digital rails that we've invested in. What we're trying to do now on this blended finance and de-risking framework is actually crowd in more capital for the financial institutions that we're working with, and we're in the process of finalizing deals that allow us to use this framework to then scale the capital inflow. I think to Qudus's question, it's an interesting one because startups, Kafia started as a startup, and I think Ashanafi put it so well. I think if Kafia had built elsewhere, it would have been a very different company with all of these years of investment. I think these startups require a certain structure in capital that has been difficult, not least because capital repatriation and the sort of rounds of capital and the quickness that happens. You don't have an ecosystem that really understands even the valuation of all of that, both from a professional the legal, the ESG, all of that, but also from the capital just doesn't exist. The trust in that ecosystem has not been built. I think what Kafia wants to do and is in the processes of doing is actually saying we are an ecosystem enabler. What we want to do is crowd in fintechs and other technology firms who can actually take our technology and take the code and address more markets than we can address. I think we're very, very cognizant of the fact that we cannot be everything in this ecosystem. But we also recognize that we've built a lot. And if there are new startups that want to leverage our code and want to go to new markets that we're not able to, then this is a conversation we've already started having, and I think that's the way we can support the startup ecosystem.
So I think I'll address the last question, which is the question around whether or not the government is nimble. So I think there's an increasing appetite to be more nimble, to accommodate for change. The reform process has opened up the discourse towards a sandboxing approach, experimenting new ideas, allowing new investment to come through the pipelines. So I think there's an increasing appetite to accommodate for change and for growth. So in that case, we can confidently say the government is nimble, particularly with regards to startups, though this is the MOLSA territory, not really the Ministry of Trade's territory. I understand that there is an increasing room for trade facilitation, for facilitation of these entities to register more easily, for investment capital requirements to be lowered. So in that case, the government accommodates for startup facilitated entry. So I hope that addresses both questions.
So I have received several texts that lunch is getting cold, but I cannot let them leave the stage without one last question. So, I mean, we've been talking about the national partners, right? We want to establish it, but before that we have a task force, but everyone's like here, I can see from the faces, you guys are tired, like, oh, it's gonna be another conversation. I'm gonna get some form of commitment from our panelists, and then perhaps they can tell me, see, I'm sneaky, huh? I tell you. Like, no, but seriously, if we do go and we are pushing for the establishment of this task force and at the end goal to have a national partner as well, what do you see as the most compelling reason or the action that we should take within the next six months to 12 from each of you?
Can I think about it? No, you put me on the spot, so I'll pass it on.
I would say probably the most valuable time for any entrepreneur is time, so I'm willing to commit some time.
I work with startups. I mentor and coach startups. I've always committed my time. So this is how I usually say it. By morning, I run ecosystem. In the afternoon, I run and coach startups. By night, I run a YouTube channel. So I'm available basically in any time that you want. But then I can only commit time. I don't have any money.
It's the first time I've heard you have a YouTube channel. I must look it up.
I run a YouTube channel. I don't own one.
I've already signed up to your task force, Nasreen. So I think for me, thank you. I'd like to see two things. I feel it's a bit unfair as the government representative. We've been dumping on her a bit. But I think we need to move faster. I think that what success would look like to me in the next 12 months, because I think that was part of your question, is we need more forums like this. We need more collective action. We need everyone to be able to do their own part. We have a little bit of a scarcity mentality, I feel, here in Ethiopia, and I think we need to work collectively for the good of the larger ecosystem and the impact that we're trying to achieve. I was a bit disappointed to hear the speaker from GSG to say up to 24 months to establish the task force. It seems to me that government is going fast. The regulations are coming, at least in the last little few years, we've seen much quicker action on the public sector side. And I think ecosystem enablers, donors, people that can and work in this space need to move faster in order to be able to catch up and match that pace. And then I think I would like to see pipelines, not just conversations, but actual literal pipelines and deals at each level where we can.
You've put me on the spot. So I think what I would like to see in the next 6 months is more awareness. This is a new concept. It's not new in the sense that it has existed, but as many panelists have noted, this is not something that has gotten traction in the context of Ethiopia, both on the policy and in the private sector end. So awareness is a good starting point, and this national committee could play a really good role in convening similar events. And as was pointed out earlier, many more of these consultations need to happen before we can actually get to some actual pipeline deals. So I think that would be what I would want to see. In terms of commitment, I can commit time into playing a role as a facilitator and playing a role as a bridge between potentially dialogues of this nature and the public sector.
Actually, when I said I was going to think about it, it's to come up with something that made sense to me in terms of what to see the next 6 months, not about the commitment. I've already committed a few resources to this task force, so I will continue to do that. But in terms of what to see, I actually think that maybe we should have one session or 2 sessions where we really form the exact goals of this task force in terms of what do we really, realistically, what can such an organization achieve in Ethiopia. And I'll be very happy to attend that and come up with something that makes sense. And if it makes sense to me, those colleagues will also be committed to that. Does that make sense? No?
It took me 3 months to book him for this session. You guys, he's willing to give it to me. I will talk him through his stuff, but yeah, thank you guys. Please, a round of applause for my amazing panelists and tolerating my sneaky questions. And thank you all for being here. I know lunch is late, we're done. Thank you so much, task force members that you have registered. We'll see you after lunch, and we can continue this conversation more in detail. Thank you again for being here. Kudos to us. Yay.
We're going to have a picture of you together here on the stage. If you could step forward a little bit. There you go. You can give them the bags. Yes. And then in that case, if presenters are joining, then I would like to ask for presenters from the morning session. That includes Adeno and Dagmite from UNDP. Please join this picture session as well. And Abel from EIH. And then we also have a representative from JICA, the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, Ato Ephraim Fufa. If you could please join the picture as well. Applause for the moderator as well. Thank you so much. This concludes our event, but we have the closing remark from Ateno. Ateno, I think you have the last word. Madam, you have the last word, I believe.
My notebook. This is my notebook. My notebook and Nasreen. Nasreen. Yeah. So thank you so much, everyone. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. And I'm really glad that as part of my closing speech, if I can call it that, we actually have a set of actionable points that have come from the audience themselves and the panelists. I'm really happy. Thanks, Nasreen, for asking that very important question in terms of where do we go next from here. I think for us it's pretty clear. You'll see from the diagram where we talked about, and apologies again, Hayat, I talked about 24 months, but that was like the upper limit. Huh? It's not like it's really the upper limit. Because we try to move as fast as possible and to strike while the iron is hot. We have good momentum now, and that's why I kept referring to the next maybe 6 to 8 months. We need to get things really moving. We need to have a lot of conversations like this one. So for those who are willing to join the task force, please expect once you sign up, you'll be hearing from us. So there's going to be lots of intentional conversations. We're actually going to be breaking up the task force into working groups around areas of interest. So for example, policy, with the support of institutions that lead in this area. I don't know, for example, UNDP. Looking at Dagamwit, for example. And who else? Yes, Lula Daida as well. And other working groups around topics that would be relevant for our local ecosystem. So just to summarize, we are going to be formally making the commitment or the call to join the task force. We are going to have a session in the afternoon. I don't know what time we should start, Nasreen. It's now maybe by around 2:30, because I'm winding up in the next 30 seconds. So in the afternoon, we'll have a session where we are going to go into the next steps and how we proceed from here. But I heard what was said very clearly. We need more forums like this, but very focused and intentional forums where we can discuss and have consultations, maybe in smaller groups, because it's really hard to move things when you're a big, group. And then we'll have a similar event like this one, hopefully a bigger one, in Q1 of 2026. So please also look out for that. We shall be in touch around how to organize that with your support. And yeah, we are looking to do more awareness, so that will be part of the conversation. But in terms of defining, the next steps, the strategy, we are also going to make a presentation on the market, the ecosystem mapping work that is ongoing. So look out also for that. We'll be asking for your feedback, and we'll also be consulting you as part of that process. So in summary, mine is to say thank you very much. How do you say thank you in Hamari, please? I can't say that. You have to say
እናመሰግናለን.
Yeah, thank you so much and welcome for lunch. We hope to connect in person later. Thank you very much and see you. Hope to see most of you in the afternoon as well. Thank you.
Lunch will be served in the hall just across this exit here to the right side. Adjacent to the toilet, there is a, not so much adjacent, that's a bad announcement. Next to, the bathroom, there's a Sky Train. It's a big hall on the right side. And they will give you vouchers as you go out or at the door there. Make sure you continue to network.